Hello. It's Lazy Sunday, y'all. And by Lazy Sunday, I mean the last day of Down2Jam number 3. How's it going, everybody? We're in the home stretch. We're in the home stretch. Got less than 24 hours to finish our game. I think we're going to do it. Well, we're going to, you know, something's going to happen. We'll see. That's optimistic. Yeah, we're participating in Down2Jam, community-centered game jam. The theme is plants. And we're making a game about bonsai. About trimming down a bonsai. And, yeah. Let's see. Let me think or talk about where we're at. So, we have a lot of the technical stuff figured out. The last really big challenge is around generating the bonsai. Like generating the pot and the plant and but generating kind of like a shitty overgrown version that you can trim down. I've been thinking about that a lot. We identified like 3 big problems at the end of the stream yesterday. I didn't work on them last night. I just did some art stuff for a few. I had dinner. I kind of unfocused my brain for a minute. Made some decisions. It's good to do that. It's really easy to get lost in a to-do list. I mean, we're going to make a to-do list today because we're on the last day and we actually need a to-do list. But I think if you get too much tunnel vision on like, what do I actually need to do? You might miss out on some opportunities to like not do something. Because like the best optimization you can make to a system is to just not need it, right? Just get rid of the whole thing. And I think that's kind of what happened to me thinking about this stuff last night. So we want a bonsai game. There's three real important things about that, as I thought. One is here, let me get the bonsai Wikipedia article up. This will help. Bonsai styles. So like bonsai have like rules about how they're supposed to look, and they're actually well codified, which is nice. There's like a grid at the bottom here that I like that shows a bunch of pictures of what they look like. Where is it? Where are my pictures? Am I on the wrong page? It's very possible I'm on the wrong page. Oh, I'm on the bonsai styles section of the bonsai page. What I apparently want is the bonsai styles page. Wikipedia. Never stop being Wikipedia. But yeah, there's such a variety of styles in beauty and bonsai that I don't appreciate because I don't do it. But it would be really cool. Like the tapering of the canopy, the proportionality of the lower branches being bigger than the higher branches. The shape work, you know? Shape work is cool. But anyway, there's this like list. I swear there's a list Here we go. Here are all the, like, sorry for the low contrast. This is going to help me later to not die. Help my eyes. There's like a handful of these. I picked 6 of these. I combined 2. I combined the upright style with the informal upright style because, like, whatever. And then same thing, the cascade, a proper cascade, it like extends beneath the pot, which we're not gonna do. It would be neat to have to generate like a tray under the pot or something, or a block or something that the pot sits on. That's just more to render, and like, I don't, whatevs. Also, hi, Sapphire and Nanigans, I saw you. I don't know why I just launched into this diatribe. But yeah, I combined the 2 the cascade or hanging styles or whatever you want to call them. Cascade. So I took the 2 uprights, the slanted, the 2 cascades, the broom, the multi-trunk, and the literati. Is that 6? That is 6, right? Yeah. And these are the 6 styles. These are going to be like the achievements onto the Down2Jam website. The Down2Jam is really cool. If I go back there and I like go to my games. Actually, can I go to my games? Yeah. So like this website is super cool. Here's our last game, Bare Necessities, that we made for Down2Jam number 2. Which did not do super well. Did great on art. Could have improved emotional delivery with some music, probably. But the thing I wanted to focus on is these achievements at the bottom, which are really neat. So you submit things that the player can achieve. Like, I had pick a berry from a berry bush, eat an apple that's fallen down, catch a fish in the creek, return to sleep after a full day. And, like, people self-report what they achieve, right? Which is neat. And then the system actually figures out what percentage of users achieve these and assigns like a rarity, which is super cool. So we're just going to have the 6 bonsai styles be the achievements, and people can self-report which one they made, right? So that dovetails into the thing I started talking about before distracting myself, which is like, in my mind, we had 3 key issues that we need to address with this. I'm probably not going to leave it on this page. It's misleading. We're not working on our main game today. We're working on our Down2Jam game. And you gotta run? No worries. Sounds like you got a good thing going. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. I sound confident because that's what you need to do when you start a, 18-hour workday on the game. If I'm not confident now, I'm certainly not going to be confident on hour 11 or whatever. Hour 15. You'll play a blind run. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. You got this. Have fun. Good luck. Thanks. Take it easy. See ya tomorrow, maybe. We'll be playing jam games tomorrow. Because the jam will be over by the time I go live tomorrow. So, yeah, thank you. Have a good rest of your weekend. Happy Sunday, Sapphire. So, the 3 things. I keep stopping myself. The three challenges is generating the plant and over-generating the plant. And these challenges are all interrelated. But these are like the 3 aspects that I'm thinking about. And then what goes along with generating the plant is evaluating the plant, which I already said we're cutting. Originally, I wanted the game to tell you, like, or judge your tree and be like, oh, you got close to making this kind of a bonsai. That's cool. If you do this, you could, I mean, it wouldn't tell you if you do this, but it could have, like, graded you or something. Or, like, put you in a category. We're not doing that because that's insane. We could spend a whole game jam just figuring out a system for evaluating a grid. A 3D grid. Like that. We could spend weeks on something like that. So we're just cutting that. People are going to self-report what plant they're going to build. I'm gonna have little portraits. I'm gonna have the little portraits of the 6 different styles in the negative space at the edge of the screen. And if you like mouse over it, maybe it'll tell you a little bit about the style and what it's known for or whatever, or what fits the style generally, which I think will be neat. And people can be like, oh, I made one of these. Like the multi-trunk will probably be the most common because that's easy, because it's just kind of like, don't over trim. It could be multiple different styles. It's not really judgy. So I think that'll be cool. So that solves a problem. So immediately eliminate the need to evaluate the game board. All we have to do is generate the game board. But here's the trick. Here's the $1 million question, which I think I've answered or started to answer in my own head. Which is all you can do. Is what happens if someone trims a branch? Like they trim a block on a branch. What happens to all of the downstream blocks? Like the further parts of the branch or the foliage attached to the branch. That needs to be eliminated, right? Hey, No Jewel, how's it going? How are you feeling? We're in the final 24 hours. Do you plan on sleeping at all in the next 20 hours? Because I don't. Time check. Does this update in real time? Yeah, it does. Sick. Who's jamming right now? Me, Slosky, Agma? I don't actually know. I've never met them. Nomable. That's that? Alright. You can't afford it? You can't afford sleep? That's fine. We'll sleep when we're done or dead. Whichever comes first. Shenanigans? Yeah, if someone trims, delete everything after. Yeah, the trick is, how do you determine everything after? It's just a 3D spatial grid, right? How do you distinguish between something that supports or something that is supported by? And to answer that, we look at the directionality of the tree, of the block. So we're gonna fix this by recording vectors as we place blocks. And we will be manipulating those vectors to determine the direction the block grows. We'll probably have some kind of we might do a number of things. We might manipulate the block so that the origin is considered at like the base of the tree. We might do like a how many, like a Manhattan distance from the center of the tree, the center line or whatever. Actually, from the center line is a good idea. So we'll incorporate this idea of a direction into each block. So branches grow out, foliage grows up. Branches can grow out and they can also grow up or down. So we're going to need to be manipulating this direction over time and sending it on a curve. And maybe the tree itself has a direction. So like something that would be a natural upright tree would be generally growing up. Something that would be naturally a slanted tree is something that's growing out. Something that would be naturally a cascade is something growing down. So we'll probably have a general directionality when we start, and it will probably have to do with the offset. We'll probably seed it from the offset of the tray of the pot. So if the pot is like set to the left, then the tree will probably grow to the right. And then whether it grows up or down will probably just be like a thing. How are you generating your branches? If it's easy to track the nodes in a linked list, then you can just iterate through and delete. How would you do a linked list if each node has multiple parents and multiple children? I mean, that's just a graph. Like, we could build a graph, but do we really want to build a graph and traverse a graph every time? Or do we want to just like look at the direction that the branch is growing and then check, like, if we cut a block, we should check to see if that block, if like the block ahead of it, so we cut a block We look at all the blocks in front of that block that we cut. If the blocks in front of the block that we cut has other blocks supporting it behind it, then it's still supported, right? But if the only blocks ahead of a block, or if the only blocks that still exist around a block are ahead of the block, that means the block's support has been eliminated, and that block should also be deleted. So we're just going to do a recursive. We'll do something similar to the way we do our flood filling algorithm, is how I'm thinking about it. Where we build up a recursive list based on the directionality of the block that gets trimmed. And so we'll trim a block, and then we'll look at the blocks ahead of it. We'll trim some of those, maybe, and then we'll look at the block ahead of those. What did you do on the game since last stream? Very little. I mostly worked on art. My brain was mostly done for the day. Thumbs up. Yeah. I thought about this for a while, Nanigans, and I feel like there's some really neat, like, computer scientist answers to this question. And I'm just like, no way. No way do we have time for any of that. Will this cause some maybe awkward situations where, like, what happens if two branches grow into each other? Do they, like, average their direct? Yeah, there's going to be some crazy stuff. We're just going to have to try it. We're probably going to spend, like, the vast majority. We're probably going to spend the whole stream on generating the tree and pruning the tree. And then it's going to probably be up to me off stream to, like, do the whole list of everything else that the thing needs. Like, any music, UI, the loop of, like, restarting. You could set an age for each block and delete all connected older blocks. We'd want to do the opposite, right? We'd want to delete all the younger blocks, but the problem is the solution to this is really easy when there's one block in front and one block behind. It's also easy if there's, like, 3 blocks in front and 1 block behind. But what happens when a block is supported by multiple other blocks? Then, like, I don't think age of the block helps. Especially if some branches grew into each other or something crazy. I think we're going to do a very iterative build. It's going to be interesting. Hey, Radioactive, just one stream. You mean, like, for the remainder of the jam? Yeah, we'll probably be streaming for about 6 hours. And then I've got about another 12 plus hours of work that I can do after. So how's it going? It's been a minute. How are you been? Happy Sunday. Somebody say jam. How's it going, Jacob? How are you feeling? How's it going? You plan on getting any sleep over the next 20 hours? Because I don't think I do. Feel like it would take you more than one. Yeah. I've done jams before. By the way, we're doing Down2Jam this weekend. It's over in 21 hours. 21 hours left. The theme is plants. We're making a game about trimming bonsai. How's it going, Smooth, in a second? But yeah, I have an idea for how to do branch trimming. The stretch goal that I have for branch trimming is that having a separate tile map. And by tile map, I mean, like, tile volume. Having a separate tile volume that only handles branch trimming. And so, like, when you trim a branch, it would be really cool if that branch fell out of the composition. It just, like, doot. That would be really cool. That's a stretch goal, but that'd be really cool if we can afford it. Nix, you wrote a Java agent? Trace PZ's own method tree to figure out how the game handles the models differently than your mod does. You created a cool 750,000 lines of code. Uh-huh. Wow. Yeah, how do you evaluate that? That was the question I had. How do you evaluate a bonsai tree? And I was like, I'm not going to. We're just not. We're not going to do it. We're not going to worry about it. We're not going to think about it. So if we think about vectors, each block will have between 1... Is it between 1? I might not allow exactly perfect. No. I guess we want floating point vectors. So you have between 1 and 3 supporting blocks. And you should have between 1 and 3 supported blocks. I need to decide how I handle the case of like a vector that points exactly like in line. How I handle the 4, because obviously the block in front of it is supported by it, and the block behind it is supporting it. In that case, maybe I just won't allow. Maybe I'll just slightly nudge any vector that's not. Oh, I guess floating point vectors aren't ever going to be exact anyway. So I just don't do like is equal approx stuff. I just like take advantage of the fundamental like instability of it, the floating point accuracy of it. Just kind of, just so we always have 3. I guess we're always going to have 3 blocks that we support and 3 blocks that we're supported by. That's really it. Because even if like a branch's specific direction is dead on, we could manipulate it with the tree's overall directionality, or we could just have gravity and say like, yeah, I have some ideas. I have ideas. Ideas are forming, and they're leaving while at the same rate as they're coming in. They're coming into my brain and leaving at the same rate, but stuff is happening. Jacob, you're adding audio now. You're not sure yet. You got a lot in place. You've done some polish. You really need to design the level and then generate a score also. Yeah, we're not going to generate a score. I've decided players are going to self-report their achievements, which is already how Down2Jam works anyway. We're trying to trim aggressively content. There's going to be this. I've made another toy. I've made another toy that's not technically a game. You usually work better early in the morning, so if you need more time, you'll just sleep and wake up at like 3 or 4 a.m. I plan on working straight through. That's probably my future. All right, we can open up the project. Yeah, I've done nothing in the actual code since last night, or since the stream ended. I was just working on art. I kind of knew I was done. I made all the style portraits. I want to work on the palette a little bit. I want to come up with 3 combinations. So like this upper left is like our basic combination of like the top 2. This is our regular wood color. This is our highlighted wood color. This is our regular leaf color. This is our highlighted leaf color. I want to make 2 more pairs. I haven't really done it. I have some ideas. Like these seem like some cool alternative leaf colors, but this could also be like a cool trunk color. Like this would be cool as like red trunk and then this cool leaf color. But I need to figure out what I'm going to do with all this. This could also be cool actually, if I'm being honest. I'm tempted to move the red over here and combine it with this one. So like this dark purplish trunk and this bright red leaf, and then this would be like, I might combine a grayish one with this one, like a bluish gray that I don't think I have here. I deleted a couple that weren't working, one of which was a gray that I probably need to add back. But yeah, I want to make alternative palettes. That's how crazy I'm gonna be. I'm gonna pick alternative palettes. But yeah, right now all we're doing is like generating the pot, which we can regenerate. I want to tune this a little bit, but I think it's more important to just get going on generating the rest of the tree. Now we got to draw the rest of the owl, you know what I'm saying? No, I get what you mean, Nix. It's generating like some kind of trace, right? And that trace is like this enormous like 60 megabyte file. You're making a practice tool, kinda? Is that a pot? Yeah, it's a pot. It's supposed to be, if it's narrower, it's supposed to be taller to like encourage a cascade look. And then if it's wider, it's supposed to be shallower, but that's not really what's happening. There's a little too much RNG. So we're going to be tuning the values probably the whole day, but this is an okay starting point. So we'll do this. And then probably somewhere between like 1 and 3 times we'll generate like a trunk. We'll generate like between like 1 and 3 trunk starting points or something somewhere in the tray. And we'll generate a trunk up and out. You know what it'll probably want to do? I probably want the trunk to grow up to the origin, which is somewhere in the middle, and then pick a new direction. So the trunk could grow up to the origin, just so it grows up a little bit out of the bed. And then it will start to grow out, and it'll either grow out sideways and then down, or it'll grow out sideways and then up, or maybe it'll grow straight up. The only thing we can't allow is for it to grow straight down. So maybe it'll always grow sideways, and there's a question of like how sideways. And like maybe the more sideways it grows, the more likely it is to go down versus going up. We're trying to generate basically a few different styles. We're trying to generate something roughly along with an upright, something roughly along with a slanted, something roughly along with a cascade. And then I consider these 3 other styles to be variations. Like a broom is just like a heavily defoliated upright, as far as I'm concerned. For the purpose of this, exercise, a broom is just going to be a defoliated upright. A multi-trunk just happens to be a combination of these that just has multiple starting trunks that were retained. And then a literati is just like kind of a weird little variation of the upright. Or maybe the slant, I don't know. The nice thing is these are going to be self-reported. People are going to self-report their achievement, which shape they ended up making. So we don't have to worry about that. We just need to generate something kind of close to one of these so people get kind of like a direction in their mind of where to go. And if they don't like it, they can just regenerate. We'll have to see how quick the regeneration process ends up being. No, we haven't generated or manually made any trees because we've been agonizing over the process for doing that. That's today. Today on stream is going to be tree generation day. So I think the way I'm going to use the negative space is we're going to put the little portraits on the sides. So you can mouse over like, oh, what's this one? My tree kind of looks like this one. What's this one? And it'll like bring up a little window that's like the upright style is known for blah, 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 blah. Probably, or you could like mouse over the slanted and it'll be like the slanted is known for blah, 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 blah. Like a short description based on the Wikipedia description of the style. No Jewel. Today is agonizing day. Yeah, today is the day where Kubi Man, you're self-reporting being lazy on day 3 of the jam. Hey, it's Lazy Sunday. It would be weird if you weren't. You're probably doing more than I am, which is I'm mostly just generating a pot that I can put a plant in. Yeah, we'll tighten the pot generation. We'll pick a starting point. So we're going to do this very gated. We'll do like this very discrete. We'll need to store the quote-unquote direction of each block. So we'll make a little structure for that. I'm doing okay on energy right now, which is good. It probably helps that I had like 4 cups of coffee and a big breakfast. We'll see how long this lasts. So right now we have block data. Let's also store block dir. It'll be a packed vector 3 array. I should probably rename block data to like block type. But whatever. Who cares? If you can, maybe add in like a delta time into the branch generation algorithm, such as it looks like a Windows XP save screen while generating. Maybe a bit faster. That would be cool. It would be cool to generate in a... We'll have to see. There's a hard part about doing that, Nix, which is like... I guess there isn't that hard a part about doing it. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. That's a quality of life bonus thing, kind of like the whole, it would be cool if when you trim a branch, it like falls off and like away. That's like one of those things where it'd be like, that would be really cool to have, but at like hour 13, I'm probably going to cut that feature. Should we make a to-do list before we dive into the code? I said I was going to do this. I said to myself that I should start with. I usually make a 24-hour to-do list. Like this is what we got to do. Hey, Sir Aaron, how's it going? Are you down to jam? How are you doing? We're making a little game about bonsai. We're having a classic day 3 moment where we're generating most of the things that we need to do today. We've spent the last couple days with design and art and interaction. Like, we have a good interaction model. I can kind of show you. Our generation is really where we're struggling. Right now, we're just generating a bonsai pot in which we need to grow a plant. But we have a pretty solid interaction system, which is like, let me just randomly generate a block of stuff, which I have for showing this. You're done, dead. Kuvi, you usually end up having a not to-do list. That's maybe smarter. But yeah, we can generate this thing and we can navigate it. It's this 3D block data, and you can like rotate. It would have probably been more useful to have shown the rotation when I had the blocks, but you can also prune. So you can prune blocks. And so the thing we've been thinking about is generating a starting point, like a starting tree that's like unruly and like overdone. And then you trim it down into a pleasing shape, and that's the game. And you rotate it around to like. Someone had a good idea of having a screenshot. I think it was Rhiannon of like, I might put a button that's like a camera button that like screenshots your tree. That'd be cool. But yeah, we can interact with this 3D space. We can trim stuff. We just need to generate something worthy of trimming, right? Something that's like generates at like 80% there. And your job is to get it to like the rest of the way, you know? So technically, I feel like we've addressed a lot of the technical challenges, except for some of the branch stuff, which is what we've been talking about and what we're probably going to work on today, along with finishing the game. All right. You're really behind schedule. Your lead programmer had some work issues, had to dip. You're picking up the pieces. I believe in you. I believe. Hey, Giddy World, what's up? Smooth. The pot looks good. If you're gonna make the colors changeable with the leaves in the trunk, it'd be cool to adjust the pot color too. It would be. It would be. I'm running out of colors. I'm running out of color combinations, but that's worth considering. I kind of saved those blues for the pot because the blues don't really fit in either, the wood or the leaf. So I reserved most of the blue colors for the potted plant for the pot itself, and I have a darker version of the pot and a lighter version. This is the light. Oh, this. When I generate the pot, I'm currently using the light version, but there is a darker version of the pot that might look good that I might put back. I don't have multiple soil colors, which is fine. Maybe I'll make 3 different pot colors, and there will just be the one soil color. So I'm kind of struggling to come up with other soil colors. So let's go back to what we got. But yeah, I think before we dive headfirst into the code and just kind of lose ourselves for the next 5 hours, 5 or 6 hours, let's make a to-do list. That was weird. Hey, pandas, how's it going? Does this jam mean you haven't checked out Slay the Spire 2 yet? No, I think I'm gonna wait. It looks really good, and I actually love that it seems like they've leaned into like the funny beta art that they had, and they're doing that again for their early access stuff based on what I've seen, and I think that's cute and neat. But yeah, I would not touch Slay the Spire 2 with a 10-foot pole right now because I know that it would just consume my life. So yeah, I've not messed with that. I've not messed with eugenics. We don't have time. We're trying to make games. We don't have time to play them. Nix, you could save the specific clicks and stuff the user did, and at the end reload the tree and replay those button clicks, or just take screenshots every time the tree changes. So it looks like a little GIF of the tree forming out. Maybe add in a download button for the GIF. That would be cool. That would be cool. That's probably some post-jam stuff. That would be cool. There's a lot of cool stuff that's probably going to have to wait for the post-jam version. Smooth. On the other hand, you also think the pot looks good enough to move on for time purposes. Yeah, I think if I'm coming up with 3, I actually have room in this palette for exactly what I'm about to describe, which I think I'm going to attempt. So this is how much it takes. It takes this a quarter of this atlas. So I have 4 color combinations for the trunk and leaves. I need 1 set for each pot, and I need 1 set for the soil. This is what we're using for soil. I heard that they like a kind of sandy soil look, and this is kind of what I got, and I think it looks okay. Last night I did a bunch of the drawings. So like here's like the drawing for the upright style. I took heavy inspiration from the from the Wikipedia pictures. This is using the light pot color and it almost has an animal well coloration to it in my mind, which is interesting. I saw this and it was late at night and I'm like with the black background and I'm like, this is weird. These feels like it's almost glowing. But yeah, I have a bunch of these now. We're gonna put these in the corners. I want to be able to substitute the colors for these too, which is crazy. Looks like a neon sign. Yeah, it's weird. It looks like it's glowing. It's because of the non-directional highlight. It looks like the thing itself is glowing because it's just surrounded by a lighter color. That's what my uneducated art self is telling me. But yeah, I like these. I made these last night for each of the 6 styles. We'll put them in the corner. I want to finish picking these colors, but let's generate the tree before I play around with palette swaps, right? Right? Am I crazy? Let's finish generate. We're just gonna focus on the basics. But yeah, that's a good idea. So I'll have 1 pot color for each of and maybe 2 of the palettes share the same pot color, but maybe one of these. I'm sure one of these would benefit from having the darker pot. We'll see. We'll see. We'll keep playing with it. We'll keep playing with it. It's not really an art day. It's really a dive into the code day. But yeah, let's make our to-do list. Hashtag to do. That's not exactly what I wanted. I don't know how Markdown works. There we go. Make it slightly smaller than the header. And then this is how we do a list, right? We do like open brackets. Is it space bracket or is it Markdown? I don't know how Markdown works. List. That's not it. Ah, there we go. Like this. Yeah, there we go. It's dash, space, square bracket, space, square bracket. Nice. All right. So what? Categories first, maybe, and then to-dos. If I want to create a certain size of the thing. Oh, that's like a header for the purpose of expanding. I'm actually okay with that. That's actually pretty good. All right. Okay. Categories. Gameplay. Art. Sound. Put UI above art. That's also something I need to work a lot on today. UI. All right. The 4 big ones. Nix, why save the pot color like this instead of multiplying a black and white version of the palette with a random color from an array? The way you could have almost infinite combination of the block. I don't want an infinite arbitrary combination of colors. I want a very careful combination of exactly. I want a curated. Bonsai is about curation, right? So we don't really want to generate. I think there are some cases that kind of palette swapping is really smart. I think if we were making characters with like animations and stuff, we would probably have some kind of UV mapping thing so that we could easily swap the color of the characters. But like, we want a curated palette. We have a 31 color palette that we're using for this. I like limited palettes. It's personal preference. This is easier. I think Nix. Because to do what you're describing, we would need to we could set the modulate of the tile map layer. I think that's a reasonable choice. I think better in these terms. I like this. Hey, Cartridge. Your guys' mic sounds great. I hope that is not sarcastic. Happy Sunday. Hey, Arneo. How are you doing, Cartridge? How's it going? We're doing a game jam, which is why I sound a little frantic. And sorry, Nix, if I start just kind of batting down ideas really tersely. It's not, these aren't bad ideas. We've just already picked a different direction. So, any idea that's like, well, why don't you just do this alternative idea to the thing that you've already done? And it's like, well, we've already done the thing that we've done. If we were doing Digital Iliad, I would be so willing to throw away a whole system and be like, time to rebuild this system this other way because it'll be 5% better. We're here to throw a spaghetti on the wall. Yeah, and I'm here to just bat the spaghetti down onto the ground. I threw it on the ground. I'm an adult. All right. So to-do list, we're to-do listing. I find this deeply unhelpful for me as a person, but we're going to try to do it because I think it's a good thing to do. All right, gameplay. Generate bonsai plant. Big picture to-dos. We can always have sub to-dos. Handle branch pruning. That's a to-do. I think that's it. Is that it for gameplay? Generating the plant, handle the pruning of the plant. That's it. I say that's it like it's a small thing. Generate pot, generate trunk, generate root, generate branches, generate foliage. Let's say branch. We'll pluralize it. So we got to generate these things. Bonus. Oh, maybe we'll have an optional category. An optional thing that would be cool would be Nix, your idea was really good of generation animation. I can almost guarantee that anything in the optional category is going to be a post-jam thing. Is there anything else? No, not for generation, I don't think. Oh, no, that's an art thing. You're good? You love a good game jam? You think you made the right call to stick with curated palette? You get carried away with making a solution instead of making a game. Oh, you should see us at our day job. Just picking up little bits of dead stuff that may have fallen count as pruning. No. Little bits of dead stuff falling is what I would call an optional awesome thing. If we could display branches as they fell off the tree, that would be like chef's kiss, like incredible. I would love to do that. We'll see if we have time for anything like that. All right, handle branch pruning. Evaluating branch support. Evaluating block support. Here, I'm going to make a few more categories. Directional growth. So we need to be able to achieve growth in a particular direction, and that's a general thing we need. Why can't I? There we go. This is crucial. Then we'll say starting shape. We'll put these under this. Having directional growth is going to be really important, and evaluating that per having different characteristics for different stages of this will be really key. If we can achieve directional growth, we can move on to creating the starting shape, generate the pot or the plant. Technically, we've done this. I'm not pleased with it, but I'll check it off so that we have a thing checked off on our to-do list. Oh, there's no music. Yeah, you're right. What happened to our radio? It's a Pretzel Rocks thing. Pretzel Rocks was like, I wasn't sure if you wanted to continue listening to music, so I stopped the radio. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for the follow, Cartridge. Sorry, I might have minimum chill today. Evaluating block support. Evaluating block support is going to involve recursive branching. So we're going to recursively need to, I'm going to call it checking. We need to be able to recursively walk through the branch to evaluate the block support from the branch. The direction of the block is going to be key here. I'm going to call this extra points. Generation animation is a good idea. So if we can evaluate the support from a block, we know what to we know how to do it. The branch pruning is actually really simple in that we either can do it or we can't. So I'm gonna actually just add an extra points aspect to this, which would be like a falling animation. Animations are clearly going to be the cool extra thing. I'm trying to draw too much attention to the extra points part. I might as well call extra points hard mode. All right, so this is the main gameplay task. I know it isn't much, but these are all pretty chunky. I think I'm okay with this in terms of gameplay. All of the user interaction stuff is done. Final 24 hours to do list. You're off for now. Thanks, Smooth. I'll see ya. Yeah, no worries. Take it easy, Nix. My final stream during a game jam is usually not amazing content because it's usually me just yelling and or concentrating quietly. I'm either flailing about or I'm like trying to concentrate. Those are my options. You'll have to see where you are with it at this stage if that's not distracting. We're not far. We have a lot of the underlying tech done. Very quickly show you. From a generation standpoint, we're only generating a random pot. I need to tweak the values. The values need to be tuned. And then from a usability standpoint, what we've got is we can generate a mass of stuff. This isn't me regenerating. This is me rotating, by the way. We can also rotate the field. I keep forgetting to show that when it's the potted plant, which would be... And we can interact with the blocks and we can prune them. And we have an auto tiler that handles drawing them. So we have a lot of the interactivity done. What we really need is some of the simulation. It's really just simulation that we need now. And then I'll need to add UI elements. I have ideas for UI. We'll handle that. I'm thinking about getting rid of undo redo as like a I don't care, and also, although for Nix's idea of showing the process of trimming the plant, of playing it back to the viewer, is a pretty good idea. Be really cool. Well, we can't save, so the screenshot idea is kind of not gonna work. This is a web game. But the idea of playing back a GIF of like the edits that you made and then show the final thing, that's a neat idea. Yeah, you can trim these blocks down. So the thing we really are working on is generating a good starting point so that the player can actually do something interesting. Is there a win state? No. There's just like, you've decided you're done. The game, the Down2Jam website, this game jam has achievements associated with it on the website that are self-reported. So that's what we're going to do is we recognize 6 of these. We recognize all of the different, and we have iconography for all of these different bonsai styles. And so each of these is an achievement, and on the Down2Jam website, players self-select. They like self-report that what they've achieved in the game. So there's no reason for the game to evaluate you or on anything or whatever. Because for the achievements, players are self-reporting anyway. So you can at the end, when you're done playing the jam, report which, bonsai you made, or which one you feel like you made. That's the closest thing. So this is arguably more of a toy than a game, but whatever. If there's no win, then maybe keep undo redo. Maybe. I think from a philosophical standpoint, it makes sense to not have an undo, which is about like just accepting imperfection and stuff. Like it fits in with the philosophy of bonsai, but from a usability standpoint, if I do want to generate a GIF of like how the tree was trimmed at the end, which would be cool, I do want a list of the user's actions. And if I have a list of the user's actions, it's trivial to implement an undo redo. So I'll probably keep it in there. And by keep it in there, I mean implement one. So I guess I got to put that on the list. I'm going to put it under optional. Extra points. Actually, that's a branch pruning. That's not a generation thing. Yeah, we'll put it on the main list. Why not? Undo, redo, actions. Well, I'll say pruning. Holy crap, we're an hour into the stream already. Games are toys. True, true. It's like vegetables and fruits. It's like all fruits are vegetables, but not all vegetables are fruits. Something like that. I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist. Arnio, are we talking about Kintsugi? I know literally nothing about any of this stuff except what I've read in the last few days, so you have to tell me. I'm thinking more of like the wabi-sabi kind of thing, of like imperfection is beauty. And there's definitely part of that dovetails with bonsai from what I've read on Wikipedia in the last 48 hours. We'll see. Maybe it is. Maybe it is on the extra points list. I don't care. We'll move it there later. I need to move on. UI, we need style guide boxes. Short style descriptions. We need camera. The other reason I didn't want undo redo is because I'm gonna have a hard time distinguishing the undo redo UI element from the camera turn left and camera turn right. But I think I can manage. Camera rotation, buttons. I would say undo, redo, buttons. I want buttons because I want touch controls, so I can't just do it otherwise. Arnio, Kintsugi is like repairing broken pots with gold, which is also about the philosophy of accepting damage as part of who you are. Okay, I thought that was wabi sabi. I don't know any of this stuff. All right, art. What art do we still need? I'm gonna be right back while we're in an ad break. I need to use the bathroom already somehow. I'm just so excited to be jamming. I'll be right back. I'm back. Rhiannon, do you need pixel art for the style guides? No, I did that already. I did that last night. They're basically just pixel art versions of the Wikipedia drawings. No, you definitely... I did it off stream. Yeah, these will live on the sides of the field, and you can like click on one and get a little description. You know, from an art standpoint, all I really need to do is literally all I need to do is alternative palette. I'll just say palette swaps. Maybe palette swapping. That's technically like a UI thing. We'll say alternative palettes. Combos. I don't think I need any more art. What other art do I need? Oh, I need art for buttons. UI, various UI buttons. We need, I feel like the rotate and the undo redo could be the same. They're just like, one's like a clockwise arrow and the other one's like a clockwise moving arrow and the other's like a counterclockwise moving arrow. Rotation. Undo. These might be the same thing. I might just leave it as various UI buttons. I don't really care. I'm not one of those guys that gets like a big thrill off of like checking off a box. This is just so that over this last like 18 hours or so that I have, I just need to be able to look and start eliminating things. I either need to finish them or I need to just like cut them. That's the point of doing a to-do list for me. Is that just that? Sounds. Sound-wise, we just need pruning sound, pruning SFX. Let's say branch pruning SFX. It would be cool to like modulate or like control the volume of the pruning with like the number of blocks that have been pruned. So like if you trim this enormous branch, it makes like a big nice like chunk. And if you like just trim like one little piece of foliage, it's just like a that'd be cool. Extra points. We'll call that extra. We'll say extra points. SFX modulation. Say block SFX mod. And then here we just need sound music. One music, please. Background music. I'll just say background music. I'm going to make one song, probably. If there's anything I cut last minute, I don't want it to be sound this time. Because not having sound is, like, rough. I've learned that. I've learned that not having sound is rough. All right, here's a basic to-do list. The things that I'm really interested in right now is the directional growth and handling the shape, generating the starting shape. This seems like an okay to-do list. We're gonna head out? All right. Good luck, Cartridge. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, I'm a Green Lantern. Last day. How's it going? How are you feeling? Screenshotter if there's time. I thought about that, Rhiannon. This is a web game. I can't do that. I thought that would be cool. Someone had an idea of, or Nyx. Nyx had an even better idea than screenshotting, which is to play back a GIF of, like, all of the branch pruning, like the history of branch pruning. We're going to say a pruning, or we'll say pruning history animation or playback or something. Maybe we'll just say GIF. A pruning history GIF. Like, that would be really cool. You're so far behind. You're learning valuable lessons about how much time in 3D actually takes. Oh, yeah. In a game jam where I have to do everything from scratch, I will never make a 3D game. The only time I do 3D game jams is when I'm allowed to use asset packs. And I actually really like that because it's a totally different experience. But yeah, it's really hard to do something like that. Yeah, I think this is all right. The extra point stuff is really just a list of what our post-jam project is going to be. Because I really like my little toy. My little bonsai toy. I know it's not done, but I really like the idea of it. You know what I'm saying? All right. We're going to put the to-do list on the side. I'm okay with it, and we're going to dive in. We're not going to do the art stuff now, even though that's all I want to do. I'm going to do that later when my brain is broken. We're going to do the programming while I'm reasonably fresh. While I'm reasonably fresh and my brain mostly works. You can't generate file downloads and web builds. I don't know, Rhiannon. I don't know if that's true. I don't want to find out. I do not want to find out. If someone wants to screenshot, they go right ahead, right? I'm sure there's a way to just hit, like, print screen and to, like, tell the browser to, like, record to, like, download the web page or something. I don't want to figure any of that shit out. I'm a Green Lantern with the 3-stream streak. It's fair. Not something to learn during jam. Yeah, no, you should never try to learn anything during a jam. And by that, I mean you should rarely try to do something that you have no idea how to do in a jam. I know that ends up coming up because no one plans their jams out in advance, but, like, man, it's so hard. It's so hard to try to learn some new thing. It always comes up, but it's tough. All right, so where are we gonna do? We're gonna do our generation. So what we need to do before we generate, so maybe after we generate the container, we figure out the center of the container and maybe the relationship between the center of the container and the center of the and the origin of the space. That determines the initial, like, the inverse of that determines the directionality. Like the distance from, yeah, because, like, the further to the left, the further to the extreme left that the pot is, the further to the extreme right that the tree should try to generate. So that would be the seed. So let's do that. Let's say something like, the only thing I'm not quite sure about is the 3D part of it. I kind of want to change the Z so that the Z is, like, at a different point. But we're just going to work with this. We're going to work with this. Arnio, maybe you could have, like, a faded out overlay of the original messy shape over the prune shape to show the progress. Maybe. I don't think the history is the hard part. Kind of just deciding how we want to display that and when we want to display that. We'd need to have, like, a... It's a cool idea. It's a really cool idea. Yeah, I just wouldn't consider it essential. I'm agreeing. You thought you could model and animate a few characters in a day. It's been 3. You're forcing yourself to work on game loop now. Yeah. Art asset creation is, like, really hard to do during a game jam at scale. I've not done it enough to get good at it. I've just done it enough to know how hard it is. All right. So we generate the pot. We need to pick a direction. We need to generate the overall. We determine the overall direction of the tree growth. I'm commenting my code. I just want to, that's how you know I'm in like distress. I'm in extremis. Because I'm commenting my code. Variable. We probably want to store this. Do we want to store this? We don't need to store it. You can just store it here. I don't think it needs to be a member variable. Treedir. It's a vector 3. It's going to start as a vector 3i, I think. I'm going to start getting messy with the directions. Because I want it to be, like, imperfect. I want it to, like... I want to always be able to say... which... So what are we going to... How are we going to do that? We're going to pick the 3 vectors that are closest to... Is that going to be, like, just constantly dot product checking? Is there an easier way to do that, probably? There probably is. Probably is. We could probably look at the 3 components and then figure out which direction they are. I've already run into with the auto tiling. Our auto tiler is like kind of dumb because I realized I could make it smarter and it gets so slow. And I'm like, it's not worth it. It's not worth making the auto tiler smarter just to spend more time auto tiling. Jacob, you're super worried about doing art from scratch in this one. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary. I'm keeping Ludum Dare in the back of my mind because, like, that's only, for me, I do the compo and that's only 48 hours and it's so hard. I've only successfully done the Ludum Dare once, the Ludum Dare compo. And it was the very first game jam I ever did. It's like I just, beginner's luck, blindly walked through a 48-hour game jam and ended up the other side with the game, and I have not been able to replicate that success. I think it's because my ambition is getting too high, but I'm starting to figure out what I can do in that limited amount of time. It's hard. 48 hours sounds insane. Yeah, I like 72. 72 hours is enough where I can it's a sweet spot for me where I can go like full goblin mode and like not do anything else, including like an all-nighter on the last day without like dying. My worry is that if I did a 2-week game jam, I would just do this for 2 weeks. And I would not survive physically. Yeah, 72 hours is a nice amount for a 2D game. I really like the solo dev jams where I can use art asset packs and stuff and sound asset packs. That's when I learn. I feel like doing a jam from scratch is when I learn about production. And then when I do a game jam where I'm allowed to use asset packs, that's when I learn about design. That's when I learn about mechanics and gameplay and stuff, because all my time is spent on design. But when I have to make the whole thing from scratch, it's like just a production challenge of like, how do you make enough for this game and still make a game? You still learned how to be sad during this game jam. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. You can always join Adagon in the extra category. Like everyone, no one is gonna judge you. No one is gonna make you feel bad. Everyone here is super cool and very supportive. All right, we're gonna generate the overall tree direction. This is when I'm gonna start talking like like a machine gun, because I'm just gonna be externalizing my monologue as I try to think about this programming. This is gonna be really gross. We are coding this entire game in one script, which is, I feel like, its own special kind of hell. I didn't think it was gonna be like this. Like, I have a main scene. I guess it has a camera in it, but we're doing the whole thing in this tree tile volume. Which I think is fine. All right, so the tree direction is actually gonna just be the negative of the center point of the pot. I think that's it, right? I like that. That's clever. So we need to figure out what the center point of the pot is. We'll just take the x, the span dot x, and subtract half of the span dot y, I guess. Actually, no, it's just the it's just the negative of the min component of the span. So we're gonna say tray span x dot x negative. Oh, I can just apply the negative at the end, huh? To everything. It's going to be negative vector 3 tray span y dot x tray span y dot tray span z dot x. Let's just see if we like that. I think we will. Free dir. Yeah. No, Jewel. Bad. Bad, no, Jewel. We're supportive. Zero architecture. Yeah, no. Game jams and architecture doesn't mix. If you're doing a game jam, forget about architecture. It is the anti... Architecture is an anti-pattern. All right, so our direction is 449. It would be cool if I knew where 0 was. Why is it 9 every time? So the X and the Y seem right, but the 9 is unmoving. Why is that? That might point to a problem with the generator, which is great. Because I think the generator is a little whack. All right, tray span min.z. Oh, it's always min.z. Interesting. Oh, we don't want to measure from the bottom of the tray. We want to measure from the top of the tray. And the magnitude of it matters. Although I might want to normalize it. Although maybe I don't. I guess for certain parts I want to normalize it. So we actually want tray span z dot y. That's why we test early. Yeah, so the lower the tray, the more the tree wants to grow up. The higher the tray, the more the tree will be ambivalent, and it might start to grow out and then down. In fact, we actually want to encourage... The taller the tray is, the more we want to encourage the tree to grow down. But it needs to grow up for a bit. It can't just start growing down. It needs to, like, start going up and then out and then down. So we're going to be, like, gradually steering the trunk growth and the tree growth. And it's really just a question of how to do that. And I have no idea, and that scares the hell out of me, but we're going to figure it out. Why is this always a positive number? Oh, we actually... I'm not doing this right either. The tree direction is not just the X component. It's more than that. We need to find the center. The way I'm storing this is kind of stupid. The way I generate the container is kind of stupid. We should probably generate a starting point, like generate a center, and then generate the other things, but that's not what we're doing. So I'm just going to live with that. We'll just say this minus tray span x dot y divided by 2. Is there a reason it's negative, never a negative number? I'm always generating kind of close. I'm generating really close to the center. I think I have less play space than I'm giving myself credit for. I don't know why I'm dividing by 2. That's wrong. These numbers are way too big. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. That's okay. We'll figure it out. My conscious brain really rarely, if ever, hasn't. This number should be very close to 0. Although, hold on. We actually want to generate the tree directionality when we generate the trunk. We just need to generate a point somewhere in the soil and then determine the directionality. That's easier. That's easier. This is going to be we're going to move this part down here. And it's not going to be tree direction, it'll be trunk direction. So we'll need to go through this process for the number of trunks that we have. So we'll say for I in range, I think we'll have between like 0 and maybe 3, maybe 2 or 3. Oh, we need to start with 1. For range 1 to 3. Let's just have 1 or 2 to start. Why not? I mean, it'll probably be better to generate just 1, but to start, yeah, let's just do that. That's easy. Arnio, you were going to co-work on sounds, and you realized you haven't made your mushroom pie yet. Ooh. That sounds good. So we need to figure out the starting point. Tree origin. Let's say tree position, or maybe trunk position. We'll call this trunk direction. And its trunk direction should just be the negative of its position, right? Am I crazy? So we'll pick a spot between trace span But in this range, we'll pick a spot. We'll pick a spot. Say vector 3, I. We'll say range. Say range I. Is there no range I? We'll say range. Range will be tray span x dot x plus 1. Well, maybe we'll say plus 2. We don't want it to be like right on the edge. We'll say tray span y x dot y minus 1. Range tray span y dot y plus 2. Oops, y dot x. We're going to pick a spot at the top of the tray. So the z will just be variable trunk x int equals. I feel like Godot really, GDScript really encourages me to like declare like way more variables than I normally would, just because of how little space I have to talk, to like describe and write out everything. Like without curly braces, it's a lot harder for me to... I mean, the fact that they use indentation for control flow makes it really awkward to do anything around tabbing for organizational reasons that aren't control flow specific. I don't know why it's so weird about that. I guess that's kind of just a consequence of the language and how they organized it. All right, the trunk Z. So it's trunk X, trunk Y, and then this is, well, let's just declare this so we just have it. Variable trunk Z int equals. It's not a range, it's just tray span Z dot Y. Yeah. What we should do is we should just place a block here so we can see it. Trunk X int range tray. Why is this a problem? Cannot assign a value of type array. Oh, I don't want a range. I want just a value. I want a rand range I. Rand I range. A randy range. Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, I do want a randy range. Randy range, they call me. Why are you unhappy now? Stupid thing. Oh, spend is not a word, apparently. Hey, Commander, how's it going? How are you doing? How are you feeling about the jam and everything? I tuned back into your stream, I think, like, the minute you went offline. So I got that weird Twitch glitch, where I'm just, like, staring at a black screen, and I'm like, what's going on? But I hope you had a good stream. Nanigans, you're not particularly a fan of language that have significant white space rules. Yeah, I don't like that. Let me make bad decisions for purely aesthetic reasons. Doing good. Not entirely sure how you feeling about the jam, but it was a good stream. Oh, good. Good. Might call this origin. I don't know. Trunk position is fine. We'll generate some number of trunks. Off of those trunks, we'll generate some number of roots. Off of that trunk, we'll generate some number of branches. Off of those branches, we'll generate some amount of foliage. We'll start with just one trunk, and then we'll look at how to combine them. Combining, I'm a little concerned about, because then there's this contention issue, but we'll see that during the branch building anyway, so we'll figure out how to deal with that. If you want to make an otherwise 1,000 line of code program on a single line, maybe perhaps because you broke your turnkey broke, you should be allowed. I come at it from the entirely opposite. I would prefer to just go down. Like what could fit on one line but like runs off the screen, even if it gets close to running off the screen, I like to just send it down. I would like to just expand it down. I also don't care about how many lines of code I write. I know some people would be like, well, that's inflating your lines of code metric. And it's like, lines of code is not a metric of anything other than lines of code. But your essential complexity, it's like, yeah, that's not based on lines of code either. Randy range, that's fun. Oh yeah, I wanted to generate a block. I wanted to say block data get index vector 3i. Actually, we don't need to say vector 3i. We can say trunk pause. Trunk pause equals blocks dot trunk. All right, we have to be able to auto tile the trunk now. I don't think I've enabled that yet. We should probably enable all of these. Alice chords y plus 8. If we're doing a leaf, we do plus 8. If we're doing a trunk, we don't do anything. Right. Okay. Never mind. Hey, there's our little starting point. Look at our little guy. Oh, I like that one. That one's right at the edge. I didn't think I allowed that, but it would be cool if the trunk and the roots just start going over the edge of the pot. That would look sick. Hey, we're getting negative coordinates for the direction. That's what we want to see. All right, starting point. So your direction is 2 minus 2, 7. So your direction, you want to go back towards the middle. That makes sense. Does it? Maybe it does. Yeah, that makes sense. We really need to tighten up the pot generation, but I would rather do the whole generation and then start fiddling with the numbers. I didn't think I made it so you could get that close to the edge, though. I think that's a little too close. So, yeah, I thought it was traceman.x plus 2. 1 is the same. Is this exclusive? No, it's inclusive. They're both inclusive. So why is that? What's going on here? Oh, this is also inclusive. So this also needs to be minus 2. I think. Okay, yeah. Now it won't generate right at the edge. That's good. All right, let's start generating this trunk. Commander, your issue with your game is that you still have zero idea how to fit it to the plants theme. Oh, yeah, that's the problem with coming up with an idea and then deciding it's going to be a game jam game. Yeah, that's a problem. People get around it different ways. Some people see the theme and are like, this is what I wanted to make anyway, and I'll just whatever. Yeah, for your programming thing, that's a little bit of a struggle. Maybe you could somehow finagle it to be about plant biology in some way. I don't know. It seems like a tough thing to do in a day. All right, so we're generating our trunk direction. Now we need to actually... Trunk position is this. Trunk dir is up here. So now we actually just got to start doing the thing, huh? So we'll add a trunk block there. And now... we should probably have like a trunk length. That like gets reduced each time we step. Let's make the trunk length some fairly static number. So let's say the trunk takes a set number of steps before it terminates. And we'll tune that a little bit randomly so that you can have like, if you have a multi-trunk situation, they're not all exactly the same height or whatever. So we'll say something like for I in range 0. Yeah, we'll decide how many steps we want to make, how many steps we want to take for each trunk, and it'll be some random number. Let's make it a fairly stable number at first. Let's just make it like... let's make it the length. Let's make it length. Why not? That seems like a good starting point. As good as any. Slap some pictures of plants somewhere and call it a game. There you go. Yeah, assembly programming is not the most conducive setting for a plant game. But I appreciate your downness to jam. Yeah, genetic programming is what I was thinking of too, but I don't know how you would make that work. All right, so for somewhere between 0 and length, we're gonna step the trunk. And what we need to do is, as we step the trunk, as the trunk goes in a direction, so we'll start, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Now we need that basic thing. So we need to be able to, so if we have a vector 3, I know which cardinal directions that vector 3 points in by just taking the sign of each component and just building. Yeah, that's easy. That's actually crazy easy. So we'll do this in trios. We're always gonna... for the trunk, we're going to generate just a... we're not going to worry about the tapering of the trunk yet, but I have an idea for that. And the branch is really just going to be a special case of trunk. The foliage is going to be a little bit different. The foliage might need to be a little different, because the branches and trunks just kind of go in a straight line. Foliage kind of spreads. So we'll do something a little different. Maybe we'll do something a little recursive for that. Like each time, like the foliage extends to 3 points, and then each of those points wants to extend to 3 more points or something like that. I guess it's actually quite a lot like the branch. It's just instead of changing the start point, we don't push the start point along, we like recursively add the next points in. This is gonna be cool. I'm really excited about this part. I know I'm 2 hours into my stream and we've barely started, but I'm really excited to do this generation stuff. This is pretty much, if we look at our to-do list, this is the lion's share of what we have to do to generate our bonsai plant. Handle branch pruning is going to be the other big thing, but I actually kind of get this. I have to record the directionality of each block when I record the block data. Let's start doing that. So we'll say block data. We can get the index once. We can say variable trunk towards. Well, that's just trunk position, isn't it? Variable. We'll say position index. It's an int, and it's get index trunk position. Say this, and we'll say trunk dir. Oh, not block data. Block dir. A dir. Whenever we redeclare the block volume, we all need to also redeclare the block dir. Block dir. Help me, block dir. It hurts when I do this. Well, don't do this. You know, you can tell I'm losing it. Oh, I'm hearing a raid alert. Raid alert. Is that Fern? Is that freshwater Fern? How's it going, Raiders? Welcome in. How was the stream? You've caught us at our worst, which is day 3 of a 72-hour jam, where we're still working on like the core main deal. How's it going? We're doing Down2Jam, the community-centered game jam. We got 19 hours and 33 minutes left, and we're gonna be working. We're gonna be using every minute of it, minus however long it takes me to make dinner. The theme is plants. It is I, the freshwater worm. It is you. How's it going? What have you been up to? Don't hide the code. Yeah, there's hardly any code to hide anyway. How's it going? We're making a game about bonsai, about trimming a bonsai plant. So what we're working on right now is generating the bonsai plant that you can trim. There's going to be no tree growth. I don't have time to simulate tree growth. So we're going to over-generate like a messy plant, and then you'll trim it down into one of the established styles. It's a very zen experience. It's not going to be very gamified. Down2Jam is super cool in that it has a self-reported achievement system. So when you make a jam game, like this is my last one, Bare Necessities, you upload some little achievements, and players can self-report whether they got the achievements, and the site tells you how rare they are. And we're just gonna make those the achievements, these different styles, and then players can self-report which one they made. And we'll have some fun stuff for that, but we can show you a little bit about what we're working on. Gotta clean the house, you're gonna lurk, no worries. For the raiders remaining who are here with us, we have a few things. Right now, we're starting small. We're generating the pot, and this little seed is the beginning of the trunk, and we're starting trunk generation now. But right now, you can just generate a pot for the tree. But we have this whole interaction system already figured out. If I swap to just generate a random pile of nonsense, you can see that we can generate this ball of material, which you can mouse over and trim. So we have the mechanic working. We need a state. We need a starting state that we can randomly generate that you can then trim down. So it's a very self-directed, almost a toy-like game. But I'm pretty stoked. Which is good, because I have to work on this for the next 19 hours. So stokedness is a good thing. But yeah, we're working on generating a data that is good. We're working on generating good data. I still might make the tree a little bigger. I don't know. I need to put the style guides on the side. I think we're gonna have rank a column of 3 guides here, a column of 3 guides here, and then a quad, and then maybe 4 buttons. So I'm thinking up here we'll say like camera, and it will be like camera, turn left, turn right, and then down here it might be like history, and it might be like undo, redo. Maybe when you hit enter, it will play that history of all of the edits you made. That would be cool. That could be a cool like Easter egg. I don't know. I don't want to spend time on that, but I am thinking about that. I could also do undo and have the buttons above and below, or undo, redo, and have them organized vertically instead of horizontally, but we'll see. I'll probably have the text only appear when you're hovering over the various buttons and stuff. And we'll make it so the buttons execute when you release, not when you press, just so it's like touch friendly. Hey, Euler Moises. How's it going? Are you participating in DIGITAL 2? Yeah, I am. We're making a game about bonsai. How are you doing? How are you feeling about it? Yeah, no time to hide the code, Rhiannon. You're good? You're doing good? All right, that's good. I'm not fishing. I'm just generally concerned. We're supportive if people are feeling behind or whatever. I think it's great. I mean, you can't be more behind than me. I haven't even generated my plant. I've done everything else except the core thing that you need to interact with. That's all. That's a bad habit I have when I jam. I work around difficult problems. Because that's kind of what you need to do sometimes. Sometimes you just need to dive in, though. That's what we're doing this stream. It's a simple game because you're not a coder. That's okay. I'm not an artist. I'm also not really much of a coder either. We're game devs. We don't need to put ourselves in boxes. Everything else is an implementation detail. We're just trying to make a game, right? If Bernard is any indication, Dave is all fine. Oh my god. Oh, that's good. That's a good one. That is funny. Yeah, my biggest concern about this game is what kind of emotes am I going to get out of this? There's no good emote candidate yet. There's no good emote candidate yet. He says, having finished most of the art already. All right, so for I in range 0 through length, we are going to figure out the 3 blocks. Well, we need to, for one thing, what we need to do is we should probably record our blocks based on our origins direction. And then we should record a new direction in the 3 blocks that we place. That's what we should do. Tiny little clipper that clips when you trim something. Oh, like a cursor? Like a little clipper cursor? That would be cute. I thought about that. I don't think we're going to do that, but that would be super cute. Not a coder, says the guy who's been programming his own autotiler and ECS and C# without barely touching the graphics side of the engine he's using for quite some time now. Look, I don't think of myself as a programmer. I do programming because that's what's needed to make a game. I don't think of it. I don't think of it. I guess some people will argue that there's a difference between a coder and a programmer, but I don't want to get into that, anything like that. My point is that I don't think of myself as a capital letter anything, except maybe game dev. Like, if I have my identity tied to something, it's game dev in general, not programming in particular. It's just an implementation detail. Clipper cursor. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll put that on the extra. Put that on the list of extra points for art, which I don't think we have. Yeah, now we have an extra points for most categories. Clipper cursor. That'd be cool. Because it would need to be an animating clipper cursor, let's be real. Hey, Divorce Johns. Interesting name. You say you're a software director? Ooh, I like that. Software director. I'm the chief executive of doing things. Dave is an auto tile system engineer. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Can I call you DJ? Mr. Divorce Johns? Horizontal bonsai you can build with emotes. Oh, that would be cool. That would be cool. That's a big brain thought. Like a little branch and then like a flowering thing, and that'd be cool. That'd be super cool. All right, maybe I should get back to actual work. I haven't written a line since we got raided 10 minutes ago. All right, so we're going to record all these blocks, and then we are going to manipulate the direction and record that there. Blockdir. I am resizing the Blockdir. Yeah, I did that. DJ is fine. You came in the Fern raid. Hey. Welcome in. What does Fern call you? Never mind, I don't want to know. No, whatever you want to be called, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with. I'm just messing around. All right, for eye and range, 0 through length. For we don't need to do a 4. We can. There's no loop here. There's here we go. We say block data. We say get index. Oh no, we say we need to protect ourselves from going off the edge, which is a thing that could happen. So to protect ourselves from going off the edge, oh, this is also recursive, huh? No, not for the trunk or the branch, I don't think. I think the leaves might be, but I think this is fine. Or maybe instead of, yeah, never mind. I know how we're doing the leaves. I'm thinking about how to organize this. So let's just say, how do I protect ourselves? So we have protection from accidentally setting. We could just have try set. Let's do that. Let's just make a try set. And then we can just ignore. We'll say try set block towards vector 3i. Cool. We'll say if how do we determine if any outside bounds? There we go. We'll say if any outside bounds coords return false. Otherwise, we'll just actually set the block. We'll get the index. We'll say get index. We'll say block. Oh, we also have to say, we'll have to specify data versus, actually, we want to set both, don't we? So we'd say block, we can say index. We can generate the index. Variable index equals get index coords. Oh my God, we're heading into our next ad break. I'm dying. See you in the jam. Thanks, Euler. Good luck. We'll be playing jam games tomorrow, so come back and we'll play some games on stream. Good luck to you. All right, so we get the index, then we'll say block data index. How do we know what data to set? I guess we need to set. We can say direction vector 3, and we can say type is a blocks. Well, we can say block type. Yeah, type is fine. Let's just say dir. So say block data index equals type. We'll say block dir index equals dir. And that's how we'll do a safe try set. Oh, here's a good question. I guess we can decide. We can decide if we want to be able to overwrite block data or not. Thank you, Rhiannon. Appreciate you. You do so much community outreach. You better be careful, or you're going to be made a mod soon. Greatest punishment I can dish out and make someone a mod. All right, for I and range. So we're going to say try set block. And we'll say we're going to make 3 coordinates. We're going to say vector 3i. We are going to say trunk. Well, do we want to generate a new position? Maybe we'll have a variable grow. We'll have a grow dir. Grow dir. It's a vector 3, and it's going to start as trunk dir. I kind of want to like remember what the starting points were. So we'll use these, the grow, for let's say growth. Growth direction, and we'll say growth position. Say variable growth position. Vector 3. Trunk position. So we'll say growth position. So the stronger the magnitude of the growth direction, the harder it's going to be to change it. And this is the kind of vector manipulation stuff I'm not good at, but I think we'll be able to figure something out that's generally acceptable. I'm not like a procedural generation expert. I'm really digging the radio, this jam. We've been playing like this meditation music the whole time, and I kind of like it. I'll probably start to get more and more quiet over the rest of the stream here. Depending on how good I'm feeling about the work we're doing. We'll say growth position, vector 3i, growth position, dot x, dot say dot sign. You can have a direction sign, variable dir sign. It's a vector 3. Should be a vector 3i. I guess it can't be, huh? Oh, it's going to be growth position dot x. So we'll say dir sign equals growth direction dot sign. We're going to try not altering the growth direction at first, just to see what we end up getting. Because the first thing before I figure out direction, I want to figure out tapering, which is probably going to be... This will probably be like strength, or like maybe it's like... we'll call this distance. Maybe we'll call it like grow step. So for each grow step, each time we take a step, our growth will get a little weaker, which will reduce the likelihood that each block propagates to all 3 other blocks. I think is how I'm going to do it. Hey, Voidblit. How's it going? Happy Sunday. So we're going to say growth position dot x. We make a vector out of that. Growth position. So we have our position. We need to increment the position by the direction. But we need the like normalized version of the direction. Actually, we just need a step, which is why I think I'm getting the sign. The growth position is also a vector 3. I don't think that can be true. I think that needs to be a vector 3i. Oh, it is a position already. So we'll say growth position. We'll say seal. I don't like this. The sign is actually, let's do this. Let's say sign. Let's seal the sign. Can we do that? Just so that we know we're working with solid full numbers here. You just finished Reanimal with your friend. You also did nothing this weekend. Nice. How's the jam going? It's going okay. We're working on generating our bonsai, which is the thing that the player will like trim down. That's like the whole game. We have a lot of the other stuff. Like we can handle most of the trimming. The thing that we need to handle, we have a long to-do list is actually what I should say. We have a long to-do list and about 18 hours to do it. But it's okay, because we have 18 hours. This checklist, this to-do list is mostly empty because this is, oh, I wrote this like an hour ago. But we generated the pot. Now we're working on generating the trunk of the tree. Directional growth, I think we've almost figured this out. We need to figure out how we're going to steer it over time, and then I will say this is done. Because this applies to all of these to some extent. The trunk, the roots. The roots is going to be interesting. The roots is going to be interesting. It'd be cool when the roots, the extent to which the roots are above the soil versus below the soil. Oh yeah, that was something I wanted with triset, potentially. I wanted potentially not overwrite whatever. If there's already a block in here, I potentially don't want to overwrite it. We have to think about that. I'm worried about situations where where branches like grow into each other and stuff. I think it'll be okay. Actually, we should probably add that safety thing because I think we don't want that to happen. And in fact, I think if all of a growth fails, we should just stop the growth. We should actually generate a bool here. We should actually have like a bool 3. But instead, we're going to have variable x the bool. That's going to be the result. We'll try to use that to like stop things from growing into other things. We could steer it a little bit in that we could like, yeah, I don't know. It's not going to be perfect. We're randomly generating. It should be cheap enough to regenerate that if you get a bad tree, you can just be like, this is gross. I'm going to regenerate. You're going to head out. You got some errands to run. You need to start getting supper together. Nice. Not sure you'll catch before the jam's done. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Shenanigans. Appreciate that. Void Blit. In The Sims 2, you tried to make your sim never sleep by continuously drinking coffee. Sometime later, death came for him. You think about it every time someone says something like, I have 18 hours to finish this. Look, this is what we do. We know this is what happens at the end of a jam. It's just the way it is. Is Dursine a vector 3i? Yeah, it is. Sick. Seal always goes... Oh, it rounds towards positive infinity. What? Do I have to do this as individual components? Do I have to do something like... Here, let's say this. Let's say it's a vector 3i. It's going to be growthdir.sign. Let's say growthdir.x.sign. Here's how we're going to do this. Float. Dir.x. Variable dir.x is a float. Always forgetting my syntax. Float equals growth dir.x.sign. Here, this is how we're going to do this. Nix's idea of having the generation play out in front of you as it's happening is such a good idea. I so doubt we'll have time to do that, but that would be so cool. We'd have to like manage. We'd have to put this. We'd have a hard time because we'd have to do it in like distinct steps. We'd have to limit the number of steps per process. I mean, it's not that hard. It's not what I was going to do. What I was going to do was just throw the generation on a background thread and put up like a loading screen. If it was slow. But we could actually, because we're doing this in a discrete number of steps, we could tell it to do 1 step per frame. Or something like that. And you could just watch the tree grow. That would be so cool. Okay, so when I want to set my dir sign, I say a vector 3. I say seal. Can I say seal F? What's a seal I mean? Oh, it takes an F float. So seal I, we plant in dir X if dir X is greater than 0. Else floor I. I don't think the syntax of the program will let me do this, but I'm going to try it. We're going to try it. There's no way it's going to let me do this. Oh. Sign I? What does sign I do? Takes an int. Should I just do round to int? Round to int is like exactly what I want here, huh? That's an option here, right? Round I. Takes a float. Just rounds away from 0. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I don't know why that was hard for me. Oh wait, did this stupid thing I wrote actually work? Or is the... No, it doesn't work. I'm dumb. Can I just say round I... growth. Is it growth dir X? I might not need to declare all these. Growth dir Y. Oh, dot Y. Dot X. Growth dir dot Z. Okay, I don't think I need these individual things then. There we go. Oh, no, we need to round. We need to get the sign. Maybe I do wanted those. I want to say sign F. Sign I. Is sign I a thing? Does it take a sign I? Oh, it takes an int. Yeah, that's not a problem. Your sign sounds a lot like design, which we don't do here. Man, I drank a lot of coffee today. I like already Like, I already have to go to the bathroom. Crazy. The daylight savings time last night was not, that was not a nice thing. It was not a nice thing to have occur in the middle of the jam. It was not pleasant. The daylight savings time just happened to start last night / this morning. All right, so the X extent is the triset block. We have the sign of the growth through a very roundabout process. What is this warning thing warning me about? Oh, do you consider yourself unused? Yes, you are unused, aren't you? Why am I saying sign I? It's supposed to be just sign F. Sign F a thing. What's the difference between that and sign? That's just takes a variant. Trying to make sure we don't miss anything, thanks to the fundamental inaccuracy of a. Oh my god, what did I do? What did I do? Why am I unsupervised here? Who has left me working unsupervised? I don't know if we need to keep this around. All right, so we've got the sign of our direction. That took way more effort than it needed to. And in fact, this is very rarely going to change. So I might actually do this after we generate the direction and then just hold on to it. We'll see. So vector 3i, round I, dir sign x, round I, dir sign y, round I, dir sign z. So we just want to make sure that we're getting the sign and that we're always rounding it up to a full value because of the whole, floating point thing. So we can actually, so we have a definitive 1, -1, or 0. This should always be, this should pretty much always be, there should be no 0 components in this. We should probably actually check to make sure that that's true sometime, but we're not going to do that right now. So if we want to triset the block, we need to know the block coordinates, the block direction, and the block type. So we're going to say vector 3i, we're going to say growth position x plus dir sign dot x. Actually, could it just be vector 3i dot left times this? I don't think that's better than just declaring it like this. 0, 0. So we got that. The direction is growth dir. And then the type is trunk. Okay, cool. Variable y extent is going to be the same thing. Try set block vector 3i. 0. Why did I write the whole thing? I write the whole word position plus y and 0. Utilizing the directionality for this feels clever. I do like to feel clever. Like utilizing the directionality, maybe not for this, but for further down the line when we need to figure out trimming, pruning. It's gonna be really cool to say, okay, all the blocks in front of this block are supported by this block, and all of the blocks behind this block support this block. And so to tell if a block should exist, like if you trim a block, you just look at all the blocks in front of that block. You look at the next 3. If any of those don't have alternative supports, you trim that one, and then you just keep that. If the blocks in front of this depend on each other for support, which they would not, would they? Is that possible for that to happen? Could the new blocks depend on any of each other? No, I don't think that's possible. Having a hard time visualizing that, but I don't think that's how that would work. 0, 0, growth position.z plus dir sign.z growth dir blocks.trunk. And then here, what we're gonna do when we start to taper, we're gonna evaluate grow step, and we'll say, as you know, as this number gets smaller, it's less likely that we extend along all of these. In fact, it's very unlikely that we extend along all of these, because this does need to be recursive. Unless I want to do something kind of abstract, where we're moving through this kind of nebulous block space, like we're moving between the blocks and switching on block. Yeah, I might do that. I might try that. Okay, now, well, let's just see what happens now. Not all code paths return a value. Where? Here? Oh, duh. Return true. Jacob, you saw it says it ends at 10 a.m. for us, West Coasters. Yeah, and there's a 2-hour submission window. So, we'll be okay. We'll be all right. But yeah, it's funny. I think it used to report the wrong time before daylight savings time kicked in. But I think the jam clock, like the thing that said how long we had left to jam, I don't think that's ever been inaccurate. I think that was accurate the whole time. But you had to like do the math yourself. I'm agreeing you got a new video for us. Oh, this looks sick. This looks really sick. That's crazy. You made these models during this jam? No way. What about this iconography? This is super cool. Or have you just been doing the animation? That's a sick enemy. I like the tree in the background. Yeah, that's creepy. That looks really cool. This is really sick. Yeah, I mean, you should keep working on this regardless of how far you get through it for the jam. This is something that would take, I think this would take months to make something like this. To like make this the game that I feel like you'd want to make. Oh, so you're like weakening this thing by like killing its minions or something. That's really, the tree looks really slick. So does the enemy. Yeah, this is wild. Don't be sad. This is super cool. Being overambitious during a game jam is part of doing a game jam. I like that the way it like glitches out when it dies. I don't know if that's intentional, but I like that a lot. Yeah, that's really cool. You just can't get it working the way you wanted. You feel like you bit off so much more than you can chew. Oh yeah, that looks like a 3-month project, not a 3-day project. The animations are broken. I don't know. I like that kind of glitch. I like that, like, it was dying and it was just kind of like replaying its death animation over and over again. I thought that was, I think you can lean into goofy stuff like that. All right, what happens if we generate this? For some reason, we only go 1 step. And for some reason, there's 2 of these. Well, this is very wrong. What is happening? Oh, growth position needs to be incremented. But why is growth position so weird? I'm going to print this. I'm going to print the chords in this, each of the calls of this. I feel like we're building this on way different, -1, -2, -3, -1, -2, -3. 0, 0, -1, 2, 1, -5. These should be like almost all like right adjacent to each other. Why are they not? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm dumb. Don't worry about me. It's growth position. Growth position is on the outside of this. So dumb. We'll say dot right times dir sign dot x. Growth position plus, yeah. I don't want to say vector 3i. 1, 0, 0. I don't like the named vectors. 0, 0, 1. I guess I like the ones that I wrote in my code base. Obviously. Okay, now we're going somewhere. So now we're building the next 3. That's good. Why isn't there a block over there on that side? Why did we fail to produce a block there? Oh. How is this down? The growth direction. -7, -7, -6. So out, out, up. Okay. Out, out, up. Out, out, up. Out, out, up. So why aren't you placing all of these? 0, 2, -6. 0, 3, -6. 0, 2, -6. 0, 3, -5. These are 3 different coordinates. Yeah, why is this sometimes... This is not doing the thing that I was hoping it would do. Give me my sign. Print the sign. I'm going to generate just 1 step so that I'm not clogging the printer. Just going to generate 1 step. Oh, that's 2 steps. Oh, range is not... I always get this wrong. 0 to 1. Oh, right. There you go. We're just going to do this once. So the direction is 1, 1, 1. So the blocks we build are -1, -3, -2, -2, -2, -2, and -2, -3, -1. And you can see them all here. I can get rid of them and you can see the remainder. So this is interesting. So the direction is 101. 101. That's an interesting direction. How is it 0? The direction should never... None of the components of the direction should be 0. Ever. And yet it's happening sometimes. So I got to figure that out. So... Trunk direction. Oh, you know what? It could be... We might be generating... We might be getting too close to the top of the tree. If we get too close to... Nope, it's still doing it. Oh, we're too close to the origin. We're going to deal with that. If we're too close to the origin, we have a problem. I guess if any of the numbers is 0, we should just say... We should just manipulate it. We should just pick a random number. We can say if trunk x... Well, that's the position. So for the trunk dir, it's negative. We can say if trunk dir dot x is 0, and we'll just say trunk dir dot x equals 1 if rand f is greater than 0, is greater than or equal to 0.5, else 0. We just need to make sure that we don't have a 0 for our direction at the beginning. And in fact, trunk dir z should always be 1, at least. I could actually do this as a one assignment rather than a check. Although it will cross 0 if I do that. I could just say I could have a min and a max or a clamp. Or clamp isn't really what I want. I'd want to do a min and a max, and I don't. That feels wasteful. This feels like as bad as doing that, or better than doing that. Here we'll say if trunk dir.z is less than or equal to 0, and we want trunk dir.z is 1. We want the trunk grow direction to always be at least a little up. Okay, now we shouldn't have any... We immediately get a 0. What the fuck? I say if trunk dir x is evaluated to 0. Oh, maybe it's not here. We need some more water soon. want to see what we start with. Print trunk dir. I want to see if this is, well, this, I know this could be necessary. So we'll print the direction and we'll print the sign. Direction, sign, good. Give me a 0. I saw a 0. -4, 0, 7. This can't be 0. What the? Oh, I need an is equal approximately. The direction. So it can't be it needs to be if trunk dir x dot. You need to say is equal approx. I hate how it deletes the thing that you're typing in front of. Trunk dir x and 0. Everything that's awful about this is all down to just floating point. I hate doing stuff in floating point. All right, I need a quick bio break, get some water, get rid of some coffee. You know what I mean? I'll be right back. Appreciate you all hanging out here today. We're jamming. We're doing Down to Jam. The theme is plants. We're making a game about bonsai, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I brought a snack in case I got hungry, which I think I am starting to get hungry. I have an idea. I'm thinking about how to handle the trunk growth, and I'm actually thinking that branch growth is part of trunk growth. Because I'm thinking about, so each time we grow the trunk, we extend out to between 1 and 3 other blocks. And we lose strength as we do that. So I feel like I'm laying the groundwork for setting up the branches if I do it that way. I don't know. I have to play with it. We have to see what that dynamic's like. But first, I need to do this. I need to fix this. But I could see doing it like that. I can do less than or equal to 0, right? That's fine. It's the equal approx that where I need the extra help, I think. All right. Are we generating any zeros? We generated 2 zeros. God damn it. How is that happening? All right. I'm going to chill out. This isn't that bad. We're generating zeros, which shouldn't be possible, but you know, it's the world we live in. All right, I'm saying is equal approximate trunk direction in 0. If that's true, trunk direction dot x is equals 1. If a random number is greater than 5. Oh, I said else 0. I'm such a moron. I'm doing it. The problem is between the keyboard and the chair, as always. I was literally assigning a 0 value. Crazy. Crazy. All right, now we shouldn't be possible to generate zeros. And in fact, I should probably assert that there are no zeros, but no, it looks good. Okay, so now we're always extending 3 steps from the base. There are no zeros. If I do this and we look at the output and I just keep regenerating, we'll never see a 0. And in fact, the Z will always be +1 to start, which is good. All right. Made making music so hard? Yeah. True. For me, it's all the recording. Recording is a pain in the butt. I'm gonna eat my banana and think about what I've done here. You've got this, Jacob. You're using sound font stuff and it's lulling you to sleep. It's not the vibe you want. That's tough. Everyone keep drinking water. Eat food. We're going to make it through the next 20 hours or 18 hours or whatever we got left. That's what we're going to need to do. Boyblit, you were looking at Steam. You found a wacky game. Can you post link? You can definitely post a link. All I require is that people link responsibly. I will look at it for about 10 seconds. I'm in focus mode here. Oh, this looks horrible. I like the finger thing, whatever that is. This looks crazy. Are your fingers your mana? Is that how that works? Or do they have, and they have rings that have like different capabilities? It's pretty neat. Pretty gross game though, but pretty cool. Pretty cool idea. It's released. Oh, it's releasing tomorrow. Oh, good luck to that dev. Roguelike deck builder, you cast elemental spells, outwit monstrous foes, and escape prison on your way to your niece's birthday party. Okay. Good luck to them. Never heard of this dev, Siege Wizard. No, it's not your fault, Boyblit. All right, I'm gonna have some almonds, and then I'm gonna get back to work. I'm just having a little snack break. We're at like the halfway point of the stream somehow. We're at the halfway point in the stream, and I've done almost nothing. But that's how this stuff happens a lot. You're like, especially with Generation, it's a lot about thinking about it and thinking about how it's gonna work. And then once it's working, it's like you're off to the races. So we need like a growth strength, which is like a function of growth step, and also how many blocks we're trying to set. We should probably generate an ordering of like which block is most in line with what we're trying to do. If we don't have enough directional strength or whatever. So if we just iterate this and we advance, so growth position in the loop, growth position plus equals dir sign, which will need to, growth direction is going to need to be modified over time. Are these shapes all connected? These shapes are not connected. Why is that? Yeah, none of these are connected. What's going on here? Oh, no, we can't advance diagonally like that by the direction. We have to advance to the next block. Maybe this does need to be, I think I am going to do the branches. No, I can't do the branches as part of the trunk because that just won't work. But what we need to do is we can't just increment growth position by dir sign. We need to pick the growth direction with the strongest component, the largest component. Hey, J Tarrant. Game devs don't give those. No, I'm going to be working on this jam for the next 18 hours, and there is a lot to do. Let me tell you. We're frantically working out the random generation to build the bonsai, which I feel like is going to be like 90% of the battle here. If we can figure that out in the next, 6 hours, I feel like I'll be okay. That doesn't feel like a guarantee, though. So it can just be, we can't just add the sign. We have to add the largest direction. I'm going to have a vector. I'm going to have an array. I could also use C spiral. I might use that because I already have what I need. I'm going to say get largest component or something like that. And we'll say return chords dot x is greater than chords dot y. Say chords dot x if this is gonna be so hard. We're gonna say if chords dot x is greater than chords dot y and chords dot x is greater than chords dot z. Say return chords. We'll say return 1 or 0. We'll say get largest component index is what we'll do. Say if chords dot x. We'll say, so if that's not true, then we need to say is chords dot y greater than chords dot z. Then we'll return 1. If that's not true, we'll return 2. That should work. If they're all the same is not acceptable. So I think deferring to Z is really clever here because it will encourage growth upward, if nothing else. So say plus equal C spiral. This is where the code becomes unreadable because I'm utilizing data structures I've already created. And I'm doing things in a way that's like crazy. We're going to say growth. I'm not going to say growth dir. Actually, maybe we do say growth dir. Do we want the sign or the actual value? I kind of want the actual value. Say growth dir. So this is just always going to go straight up then. Ooh, this one grew straight out. That's interesting. Need out a little bit more randomness. Maybe before the jam ends, you have the base game loop playable. One can only hope, no Jewel. Is there a reason it's always the corner shape? Because each block is just expanding to 3 neighbors. It looks like that because they're only going straight up. If they started going out in a direction, it would look different. We also don't want to get... We also don't necessarily want to get the largest component in terms of... We want the largest absolute component. So we actually want to say absolute. Actually, we could... Vector 3i dot absolute. ABSF, ABSI. We'll say ABSI. Oh, so no, my structure isn't going to work. So we need to be able to grow it down. I need to make a new structure. I think it's actually not going to pass an index. It's going to pass the coordinate. It's going to pass a vector made of the coordinate. So it's going to pass, we're going to pass a vector 3i. We're not going to do the, we'll do the absolute so that we don't care whether we're comparing negatives to positives. Because we just want whatever the most major direction is so we can pick the next block. We could do this more abstractly. There's another way to do this, where we have this floating vector 3 point, and this point is moving around, and it's just filling in blocks nearby, so it's not actually concerned. This is maybe better, actually, because right now I'm like, we're jumping from integer coordinates. What we maybe need is this vector point that's like in between them all, and it just picks the nearest coordinates that are close to it. That's kind of hard too, but it might be better for the trunk. It might create a much more organic trunk shape. I don't know if it's meaningfully different though. Yeah, I don't think that's meaningfully different. It's also not what we would want to do for the branches, so let's try to develop one strategy that we can use for the branches and the trunk and the roots. It's just a little weird to do for the trunk. The trunk is wide. The trunk is going to be a relatively wide boy compared to the others. Okay, so instead of returning 0, we are going to return vector 3i dot right times coords dot x. This way we get negatives and positives. I was doing this very wrong. Times coords dot y. And then we're going to return, otherwise we return vector 3i dot back times Towards.z. So all things being equal, we defer to up, which I think for a tree is not bad. That said, oh yeah, we don't see spiral anymore. We just do this. We also don't, it's not an index. We'll say get largest component vector. Oh, can't save while running a game, while running the build and error it out. I love the number of times I try doing that. Vector. So we'll just, so for the growth position, we're just going to add the largest component vector. We need to start changing the growth direction. Okay, again, we jumped more than one component though. Oh, we need to, it needs to be just the sign. So it's, we're not multiplying by the value, we're multiplying by the sign of the value, sign I. Now we'll call it signed vector. Actually, let's just make it this. Who cares? Yeah, let's make it this. Sign I 0 0 0 sign I 0. If we make it out of this with the game, kind of the game that we want, I am going to be so thoroughly shocked. No joke. It seems so crazy that like the idea that we could do this. But that's mainly because things are breaking. If we were sailing through, stop trying to save while you're running the thing, Dave. Do that. I save so instinctively. All right, straight up, straight up. So everything is a straight up or straight sideways, this is kind of what we expect. But what we need to do is we need to change the direction each time. It's cool that we're already getting sideways, though. It means we'll be able to do slanted and cascade. Because the slanted will just go up and out and down. Or the slanted will go up and out, and the cascade will go up and out and down. And we can favor up and down as the length gets longer to encourage that sort of thing. And if it's right in the soil level, Raft. I was reading about Raft. We're not going to support Raft. But I was reading about that, and I think that's maybe one of the coolest styles. It's like a tree that's fallen over, and then you almost treat, it's like a meta, it's like a recursive bonsai, because the tree has fallen over and it's horizontal, and you treat the remaining branches that grow straight up out of it as if they're their own little trees. Super cool. Super cool approach. Thanks for the stretch. Smooth in a second. All right, so we need to start pushing growth direction. So how are we going to start pushing growth direction? It's a tree that refuses to die. It's very cool. Bob, you're researching cascading harmonics, and I'm talking about cascades. Synchronicity's freaking you out. Hey, Bob. You can make a volume that discourages growth downwards in the pot area. I think what I'm going to do is just heavily skew upward growth for the first few steps, because the tree needs to grow up for the first few steps anyway. And I'm just going to tweak it like that. Not at first, but I'm going to do that, I think. We'll just have it suggest that the tree should grow up first before starting to grow out. But yeah, volume would not be a bad idea either. L trees. L trees. What's L trees mean? Is it like a... like L-shaped trees? Kind of more like an L knocked on its side. L system trees, DJ? L system trees. Fractal-like structures generated by recursively applying grammar rules to initial string, modeling the natural growth patterns of plants and trees. Cool. Yeah, this would be cool to just use a proper algorithm. This is the sort of thing I would literally never do during a game jam, is learn a new algorithm, because then I'll just spend the whole jam learning the algorithm. But this looks super cool. I also don't totally think it'd be easy to do with our low resolution and our requirements. Would be cool. It exists, so it might be quicker. That's doubtful. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. If I was already familiar with the concept, I would probably try using it. But because I have no familiarity with it, it's an unknown. And it's too risky. But it's a good idea. It's a good suggestion. There's a strategy to game jamming, and when you're this late in the jam, introducing an unknown like that is scary. Too scary. We'll just brute force it. Our generation also doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough from one side that someone feels like they could make a bonsai. All right, so we need to start tweaking the growth direction so that it's not always the same. Oh, you know what we want to do? I'm not sure. I think we want to do something where we manipulate the direction based on which block we're placing. So if the direction's one way and we're placing a block another way, the placement of that block affects the direction. I don't know how to express that, but I think I want something like that. But for right now, what I could do... we could have an influence. We could have like an upward STR, like a strength. We could have something like upward STR. That's like the strength that's pushing us upward. And we could reduce that strength over time so that it's less encouraged. So what does the growth direction naturally want to do? I think it naturally wants to keep growing in the direction that it's already growing. Which is fair, but we need to manipulate it a little bit. The upward strength can be a float, and it can be like 1. And then we can reduce the strength at each time we step. So we could say like the upward strength. Oh, we should apply the upward strength to this. Sorry for the clicking sound. I make a clicking sound sometimes. So I want to use this idea of an upward strength. I'm not quite sure how to use it yet, because that's currently not our problem. Get largest component signed vector. I think I want to manipulate the growth direction and record it here. Before I change it. Maybe not. Maybe we want to change it here and then use it on the next loop. So let's manipulate the growth direction. Let's just like so we already have a natural trunk direction. The direction the trunk wants to grow. And actually, this should have something to do with how many trunks we generate, because if there's just one trunk, we want it to grow in the opposite direction from where it's centered. Like if it's off center, we want to grow back towards the center. But if we've got more than one trunk, we actually want the opposite to happen, which is interesting. We'll probably make multi-trunks kind of rare, but that's an interesting thing to think about. I'm going to make a note of that. If, we'll say to do, if multiple trunks invert this so they grow away from the center of the center, not towards. We'll say if multi-trunk. Start with one trunk for now. All right, so how do I want to manipulate this direction? I want to print the dir so I can see it grow here. So the growth direction is 2, -2, 3. 3 is the biggest, so it's always winning. That's not exactly what I want. You know what we should do is we should pick one of these directions. Not just based on strength, but based on strength plus some randomness. Some randomness. Would it be enough to just introduce a random vector component here? Or maybe there's just some chance. Maybe what I want to do is I want to generate like a probability of picking one of these. So it's like more likely that we go up, but it's also some chance that we go left or right. Chance is cheapest. Yeah, cheapest is an important consideration for this. I don't want to permanently affect the growth. Actually, I do want to permanently affect the growth direction a little. I want to permanently affect it a little, and I also want to like temporarily affect it a little. So let's work on permanently affecting it a little. What we want, we don't need some like, we don't need the tree to like spiral around, I guess. Well, we kind of do. Like, it would be cool if we had, like, a zigzagging trunk that went up. I was thinking we could just have a single curve. Would a single curve be enough for our purposes? I think we would like some kind of waviness. You're here for the Sunday wellness check. It's all right. We're working on the generation, the procedural generation. A lot of it's done, but we have to generate the starting state, which we're having a hard time with. Because it's hard to think about. You think you should start with the most simple thing? I think I should too. How's it going, Dime Novel? The simplest thing would be to literally randomly manipulate the growth direction a little bit. So let's start with that. Oh, is this not how RandI works? I could say RandI range. Go. Randy Range, that's my name. As everyone knows. Okay, why are you upset with this? Oh, because you're a vector. Oh, that makes this even easier. It's a rand F range between 0 and 1. And it's inclusive. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Hey, we're making a shape. Hey, we got something like a shape. We need that strength function where we make it less likely that we expand. Hey, we're doing something. Whoa, that was a cool one. There was one that was like a right angle. This is jank. We need to fix these, but that's fine. We're gonna have a handicap. But hey, we're almost doing something. It's gonna need to expand to more than just 3 blocks. Is I think part of the issue for us. But we're doing something. This is crazy. Look at this. We're already getting like slant trees sometimes. How crazy is that? Pretty cool. This is the part. Okay, this is close. This is close. We're getting close to not clipping the pot. Yeah, these are fun. I don't know how we're generating these, but these are fun. There's a few things about random generation that makes me nervous. One is I don't understand what's happening because it's a black box usually. 2, it doesn't look like anything until it all of a sudden looks like something. It's like doing pixel art. It's like just a pile of data points, and then it's like, boom, we made a facsimile of a thing. You have thicker lower trunks. Yes, the further step, the higher up you step, the less points you're going to generate. The less likely it is that you generate a point in the direction that you're trying to go to. And in fact, this needs to be recursive. I'm realizing. Hey, Motan Skiat. Rhiannon, what about getting a random wave function output? Oh my god. Yeah, let me just generate a wave function. Then translate that into 3D coordinates and draw the trunk. That would be cool. No, we're going to brute force this. One idea for a Motanskiot. To follow one of the 8 types you talked about yesterday, and the player should recognize that type and go and shape the branch and foliage around it. Yeah, we're doing that. We're doing that. We have a bunch of styles, but the styles are goals. We're just trying to generate something that can go in one of these directions. So we've already generated some that could be slanted, and we've generated some that could be upright. We haven't figured out how to do cascade yet, but I think these two are already on the table. Semi-cascade is the other shape we're going for, and then multi-trunk is another shape. But I'm starting to feel okay about the generation. We're starting to go in a direction. You know what's technically a mistake from the autotiler? Actually is an artistic touch that I really like. Oh, and we can also just prune this stuff. So the thing we really have to figure out next after we're done generating is, like, if I chop this tree down, all of this should be gone. But I kind of have an idea of how to do that, so I'm not that worried about that. This is sick. The fact that we're generating these kinds of ones already is like a great sign. We need a little bit more randomness. But I think I know what we need to do. I have an idea to generate some slightly thicker trunks. This is close to what I want already. Like, this one's nice. Because we don't actually want that much material, or it's going to look confusing and weird. Like, this is still a pretty abstract. These suck. The fact that this can happen is kind of rough, but that's fine. That's a style too. Well, that'll get... So this is interesting because this looks terrible, but if you, like, rotated it around... Oh, it's gone. Because I hit R instead of left. But you can, like, pick a direction. We have a lot of things that make this easier than it needs to be, which is, like, every time you generate, you get 4 directions. So you could pick a direction that's, like, aesthetically pleasing. God, these are cool. I don't know what's making these, but this is cool. I'm a little concerned that I will lose the ability to make these if I tweak this. But I think we're on the right track. This is cool. Technically doesn't work, but still cool. Here, let's introduce the... It's looking good. Real trees expand in the lower areas outward in all directions to support the upper. Yeah, there's a rule to the way that we're generating these that doesn't allow for that, but I think we're at a resolution where it's okay. But that's a good point too, Bob. You got one of those? One of your bonsai? You got one of those, Smooth? All right, yeah, I'm feeling okay about this. This is where a commit would be nice. Yeah, it is. It is where a commit would be nice. This is just pure random growth manipulation. So we need to start shaping that growth a little more. And instead of just growing... No, I'm not going to do it this way. I'm not going to... I was thinking about doing it recursively. We're not going to do that. We're just going to do that for the foliage. Maybe. Foliage will be the easiest to generate. Motansky, you think you should work on each shape separately? Like first a straight up function for the easiest form, then you are satisfied with it, try to get the next form and go from there. I don't think so, because I think I need a process that has a decent chance of generating any approximate shape. It also doesn't need to be perfect. The point we actually don't want to generate the perfect tree, right? We want to generate an imperfect tree that you can improve. So we just want to suggest certain things. And we have something that skews it a little early on, Matanskyot. We have the pot generation. So when we generate the tray, we generate certain kinds of trays. We might generate a shallow, wide tray. This encourages a tree that grows up. Mathematically, this is like how we've coded it. Whereas like a tall, narrow tray encourages a tree that grows out. And ideally down. We'll eventually make it encourage a tree that grows out and down. So I think we need a general solution that works for most cases. To get Cascade, you could check if the block is outside of the bounds of the pot, and if so, allow down growth of the trunk. I think we're going to use the same... I think we're going to do the same thing that encourages early upright growth. So we need to... Early on, we need to grow upright, which apparently we're doing anyway somehow. I'm not quite sure how. I think we're doing it in terms of skew. There's actually already a skew. Oh. You know what would be neat? In addition to a random growth factor, what if we removed... What if we subtracted the direction we traveled in from the overall direction? That would guarantee a turn, right? Over time. That would increase the likelihood of a turn over time. That would make it really hard to generate an upright tree, though. Because the tree would need to overcome that. If it was a small enough factor, though, that would be pretty cool. What if we try that? What if we try that? What if we said growth dir minus equal growth? Well, let's not undo the randomness we're about to do. What if we said growth dir minus equal growth dir times 0.1 or something? Probably needs to be smaller than that even. So like whatever direction we were growing in, we want to stop. We want to promote some amount of change. It's probably too small a factor to do anything. I'm actually mostly okay with what we've started. We need to be able to encourage some kind of... These are fun. This is cool. Right, let's do that. What we should do is we should pick a Ooh, that's a good one. Like, we don't understand what we're doing, but we're like kind of doing it. What I want to see, which I'm not totally seeing. Also, we need to fix this thing growing like straight off the side. Ooh, that's a cool one too. That's weird, but that's cool. That is a raft. This is slanted, I would say. Yeah, we're getting some good stuff. We're getting some good stuff. Maybe I should remove multi-trunk and add raft. So this one has such a strong... So this isn't really doing what I want, maybe. Maybe it is. This is the hard part. So this starts with a 1, -2, 7, and ends with a 9, 7, 15. So this is going up. I want to see a weird one and see how it changed. Like, this one's crazy. Okay, it seems like it's always going up, though, which is not what we want. So we want to encourage it to potentially change direction. The problem is... Oh, so the problem is we're always growing whatever the positive direction is, or whatever the largest component is. Okay, that weird number that I added, I actually think that helped. Ooh, this is a good one. This kind of step. This is nice. Yeah, there's some good ones here. We're getting there. I actually think I don't want to mess with this too much, other than I want to try to get a cascade to go. I think you guys are thinking of good stuff. The problem is you're thinking of growth as being this thing we can simulate smartly in detail. There isn't, we have hours to do this, not days. I don't think simulating lights or, yeah, there isn't room for algorithms in game jams. Heuristics are maybe what we're going to be getting. You can do a heuristic in a game jam, but there isn't room for... I kind of liked that little factor. So we're just going to be trying stuff, and we'll evaluate whether it's an improvement or not. This seems to be an improvement to an extent. It seems to guarantee that it curves out at a certain point. That's not exactly what I want. Times rand f. There we go. I like this. Encouraging a little bit of early movement. We're just going to be sampling a lot and seeing if we get something that looks good, looks decent most of the time. And that will be enough. This is sick. This is a great example of a slanted trunk. And the best view for it, actually, I think, is this. A lot of this is not going to be codified. A lot of this is like vibes. And not in the gross way, in like the good way. You simply meant spin a circle around the center of the pot and grow towards it. Well, the problem is not every plant wants to grow up. Some of them we need to grow down. Like the higher the pot, the more likely the plant should grow down. And that's something we haven't been able to express yet, so we need to come up with a factor for that. We also need to stop this from happening. If I sound frustrated, it's not that you guys are saying anything wrong or you have bad ideas. It's that I'm on a crunch. And there's an opportunity cost to considering anything. And so we're just gonna we can't come up with like a new algorithm or a whole new approach. We're just gonna try to push this approach in a direction that looks good for us. Well, no, it's not that there's no guarantee that the light's there is no guarantee the light above. Yeah. I mean, if we were doing a proper algorithm, that would probably be a cool way to do it, to define a light source direction and grow towards that. We're kind of doing that in reverse, where we're assigning a start direction for it based on the pot, the makeup of the pot, and the position of the plant in the pot. So I got to figure out how to get rid of the rafts. This is 5, 7, 7. Oh, again, we're just picking the largest component. We need to stop doing that. We need a chance of picking. For the jam, you just need good enough. Exactly, Rhiannon. So if I wanted to, instead of just picking the largest component, what if we return an array? And we pick an order. So what if we return an array of chances? And we maybe we give the biggest one the best chance. So what if we make another function where we say something like func. Oh, let's do it up here. Let's see. I'm thinking, what if we say get component order? Get components. Get largest component side vector. Instead, I want to pick a vector. I want a chance to pick the vector based on its relative size. Do I want to affect the chance of picking the value based on the size of the value, the starting value? So like right now, we're always returning whatever the largest component is. But sometimes I want to return the medium component. Sometimes I want to return the smallest one. So it's a bunch of randomness we have to introduce here. I'm just thinking about how to introduce it. So here we're just returning the sign for this. Because here we're just picking the growth, the direction of the growth, like the direction we moved. I had an idea for a split second. Oh, I have it. I have it. Get component likelihood. Maybe component share. Get component chance. I don't know. Proportion. Get component proportion coords vector 3. Does it need to be an I? So here we say growth direction. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is this is going to be a vector 3. It's going to return a vector 3. And it's going to say, what we're going to do is we're going to say variable total float equals coords.x plus coords.y plus coords.z. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say we'll say return vector 3i. We'll say coords.x divided by total. Coords.y divided by total. Coords.z divided by total. So out of a 100% chance to pick one of these coordinates, we will return, it's also not going to be an I, we'll return this vector that has the chance for each of the components. And then how do I want to structure the random part? It'll just be like, if randf is... Oh, we want to generate, we want to say... So we'll still defer to z. We'll defer to the z direction if all else fails, but we'll say something like... We'd say something like, if randf is less than coords.x, we'll do that. Otherwise, if randf is less than coords.y, we'll do that. Actually, it needs to be between. How do I pick one of these based on... Do I need to know which one's the biggest one? Maybe we say get vector by component proportion. Let's simplify this into one thing. So we'll say get component, and we'll say variable. We'll say chance is equal to vector 3. So get vector by component proportion. If everything is just random, how you check the style at the end, we are not checking the style. Maybe that's the disconnect between what I've been talking about. It's a mathematically hard problem to do that. The Down2Jam website has achievements that players self-report, which is really cool. So we're just going to make each of the styles an achievement, and players will self-report which one they got, or which one they were working towards, or whatever. Yeah, we're not going to worry about evaluation. Evaluation is... We could spend a month just on evaluation. That was foolish for me to ever think that we could do anything like that. So if I have these 3 chances, or if I have these 3 numbers, I want to know which one we fall in. Do I need to order them by like which one the best is? Do I need to like sort? I don't really want to sort. Here, we'll say variable max is an int, and it equals coords.x. Well, here, we'll say. We'll have this get largest component function. Get largest component. Index. Coords. Vector 3. This will return an int. Thanks for the stretch, no Joel. And the hydrate. Appreciate it. You were thinking I would go for that? You missed the part of the stream when I decided. Oh, I decided it last night. I talked a little bit about it this morning. That's like an incredibly hard problem. So yeah, we needed to cut it. A lot of game jams is about cutting things, and we just needed to cut it. Brandon, we should have a Discord channel after the jam for people to post screenshots, like print screen and paste. The jam itself also has like a leaderboard section where you can like post screenshots or something. That could be cool to utilize. But yeah, we'll see. We should do something. I think people generally use it to prove they got their achievement, which I don't care. So if we get the largest component index, we just do that with this part. We'll do the ABS stuff just in case. So it's this stuff. Can I say, fuck off. So this would be 0, 1, and 2. What's going on here? Oh, also this needs to be absolute, huh? So maybe we don't need to do this twice. So what I want to do is I have these proportional chances that add up to 1. And what I want to do, I want to say, I want to know what order they are in. Can I say chance 1? Is that legal? Yeah, I can index into a vector. Okay, good. That seemed like that's something that they would support, but you know, you never know. You never know. Also, this needs to be absolute F. Absolute F. Here's something that I've learned about random generation. The number of times that I've done it. Generally, the more factors that you have going into it, the worse it is. It's one of those, like, it's very much a less is more area of programming. So we need to be careful. You got good enough music? Nice. How we doing? We're doing okay. We started generating some trunks, which are interesting. We can generate 2 of the different, well, we can generate, we're generating all but one of the styles that we want. So we need to figure out how to generate the one style we want. We are generating a style that we don't support, which is the raft. So we need to figure out how to remove the raft and add the cascade. And then I think we're going to move on to roots or branches. Roots will be cool. Roots are going to like crawl along the surface towards the edge, I think is what what they're going to do. And they're going to look cool. It'll be really cool if they can crawl along the edge of the pot. I want to do that a little bit. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. I'm making it sound like we're achieving way more than we're achieved. We've made a couple of shapes that don't look terrible. Let's not like, you know, toot our horn before, you know, I don't know. But we're doing all right. Roots are low priority, right? The tree will look weird without roots, but they'll also be a little disproportionate because they're going to be the size of a block. I'd like them. I'd like some roots, but yeah, they're not the most important. We should probably do branches first. But you know what they say, root to branch. And you know, if that's what they say, who are we to argue? How are you doing, No Jewel? What's next, Jacob? You got music down. What's next? Don't tell me the rest of the game. Don't tell me the core gameplay loop or something like that. Content? Okay, okay. That's good. That's fine. How are you doing, No Joel? All right, so we do the chants. So why am I agonizing over this whole... Here, what I'm going to say is get... This is going to be get... Get components by size. This is actually going to return... Gonna be, so we'll figure this out. So if this is true, X is the biggest. So we just need to decide, we just need to say if. We're gonna say get absolute components by size, and we're gonna promise that we've already absolutified our components. In fact, we're going to say absolute coords. We're going to say if absolute coords dot y is greater than absolute coords dot z. We'll say return vector 3i 0, 1, 2. Here we're going to say else return vector 3i 0, 2, 1. Right into ads. Maybe a menu screen. Who needs a menu screen? Scoring. All right. You're doing okay, No Jewel? Good. Tansky, on those jams, you have to make the visual assets on the spot, or can you use something you already have from older projects? It depends very much on the jam. Each jam has their own rules. This one is everything from scratch, except for certain things like a font or whatever. But every jam is different. So this is going to be one. Oh, we need to do more work here. We need to say... So if x is greater than y, otherwise we know that y is either equal to or greater than x. We'll say else, we'll say if x is, if coords, absolute coords, dot x is greater than z, return vector 3i 1, 0, 2, else return vector 3i 1, 2, 0. Is this it? Is that it? Is that all we got to do? Well, we got to say else. Can we, is it an elif? So if x is not greater than y, and y is not greater than z, then we would just return vector 3i 2, 1, 0. Because why not? Wait, why wouldn't we ever... Yeah, who cares? That's it. That's all we need, right? We're in ads. Hold on tight. Hold on tight to your ads. All right, we've gotten the components. We are returning a list of our components by size. And we have a list of the chances. And so what we can do is we can say, we'll say variable, we'll say rank equals vector 3i. Oh, we don't need to say vector 3i. We can say vector 3i equals get absolute components by size. We'll send in chance. And then we'll say if well, we need a rand. We need variable. We need a rand f. Is a float equals rand f. So we're generating a rand get vector by component proportion. Oh, this does more than what we said it was going to do. This is not, we want to do this part somewhere else maybe. Well, who cares? So this will be I kind of want to break this out into its own thing. Whatever, who cares? Let's see if I decide to split this up. Say variable rand f float equals rand f. We'll say if rand f is less than min. Min is rank 2. So if it's greater than the smallest and rand f, if it's less than the biggest, well, it's always less than the biggest. Actually, that's not true. So rand f. So we're going to have a series of bigger chances to smaller. So if one is like 0.5, the other two are like 0.25. So we'd say maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Think about this. So we've got a series. We've got each of the chances. I want to generate one random number that picks one of those chances. And I want it to do so based on the chance. Oh yeah, we're generating a number from 1 to 0. Oh, we need to add them together. I'm an idiot. So we got to get rank. We've got to say variable weighted is a vector 3, and it's going to be, we say chance rank 0. So we have the biggest one. Biggest chance. So that stays the same. So we don't actually need to do that. We just leave chance rank 0 in place. And we say chance rank 1 plus chance rank 0. Yeah, I think I want to make this a helper function that gives us the relative chance of each component in order from maybe smallest to largest. Here, we'll say get vector component by chance or by proportion. By proportional size. This is going to be a utility function because we're going to use this a few times. So we figure out what the total is, then we figure out what the relative proportion is. We'll say prop. Prop is a vector of the absolute size divided by the total. So it's like the amount of the total that it is. That gives us our number between 0 and 1. The rank orders them by size. So we say get absolute components by size, by proportional size. We're going to say get vector by component proportional size. This is going to be get absolute component. This isn't get, this is order. Get component order by proportional size. So we get the order, which gives us this rank. I guess I could call it order. Get vector with component proportional size. So we have the proportions, we have the order of those proportions. So what we need to do is we need to add them together to an extent to give you the likelihood that each component would be useful. And at what point is this no longer a little piece of utility? And at what point is this needs to go back into the system? So we have the proportion, we have the order. So what we return is actually, we return a vector 3. That vector 3 is the proportion of the largest component how do I do this in the right order? So we say prop.x. Oh God, how do I do this? I'm trying to give the proportion of the given component. So whether the x component, the y component, or the z component, like what are their relative proportions? I got that. And what I want to return back is basically a vector with the odds that I generate one. So it's 3 numbers. We'll see where the rand f falls in between those 3 numbers, and that is the one we choose. Plus or minus some chance. Maybe some chance is involved. We really just need to know 2 of these. We just need to know the biggest and the smallest. Really, we don't really need to know the 3rd one. All we have to ask, actually, is whether... Here. Prop and order. So we know the proportions. We know the order. I really just want to pick a vector, so... Maybe we just return this and we have another function that does this. We could say get direction. I say like func get direction by chance. Proportionally by chance. Boards. Vector 3. We'll return back a vector 3i. So here we're going to say variable Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Rhiannon. And the stretch. Any idea how long you're going to stream tonight? Probably for a couple more hours. Same amount, about the same amount as the other 2. Pretty much until I start losing my natural light. It might be a little earlier depending on how I'm feeling and how our progress is making. Because I am at the point where I just need to stare silently at this. So I don't know, we'll see. What about that? Approximately that. Alright, I'm missing the forest for the trees here. I like know what I want, but I'm getting bogged down here. So we pass in. What do we even pass in? We pass in the direction. This thing tells us proportionally the proportional absolute size of each component relative to the other components, and that's maybe enough. I might just say return this and get rid of this. So we can get that. We can also get the order of that so that we can identify the biggest and the littlest. And then all we really need to do... So this is the part here. I'm gonna write this out because I literally can't think about this anymore. So let's say one was 0.5. Let's say the biggest was 0.5. Let's say the medium one is 0.3 and the little one is 0.2. To get the odds that we've selected the biggest one, so if we get the smallest one, we can do this in a couple of ways. So we could just say, okay, if your number is between 0 and the largest one, you got it. Just so we favor the largest one. So if you're between 0 and the largest, you're in. And then what we need to do is we need to add the largest score, the largest proportion to the medium proportion, which in this case would give us 0.8. So if you're larger than the largest, but smaller than the medium, this is why it's unintuitive, and I kind of want to do it the other way. I kind of want to favor the smallest one. So what if we did it this way instead? Where we said, if you generate a number between 0 and the smallest, and you're actually within that smallest, we go with the smallest. To figure out if we're in the middle one, we add the middle one with the smallest. Yeah, okay. I understand. So if we want to get a direction proportionally by chance, which is what I'm calling this function, what we do first is we say we get the prop, we get the proportion, we get the proportions. It's a vector 3, and it equals get vector with proportional component size. The IDE is not helping me out here. The IDE is like, I'm not gonna, you're on your own, buddy. Oh, maybe it's because I had an error. So we get the proportions, and then we're gonna get the ranks. Or we'll get it ranked. Also a vector 3, and that is get absolute, or get component order by proportional size, and we'll pass in proportions. So this gives us our rank, and we're ranked from largest to smallest. And then what we do is we return. Well, we need to ask some questions. We need to say, we need to generate a random number, random. We'll just say randef. It's a float, and it's randef. So we generate this number 0. This number between 0 and 1. Now what we do is we say, if proportions, well, here we'll say if randf is less than proportions. Do I want to say less than or equal to? Because the proportions will... We'll say less than or equal to. So if randf is less than proportions ranked 2, so the smallest one, we'll just return vector 3i 0, 0, 1. Actually, it needs to be 0, 0, 1 times coords.z. Oh, it needs to be the sign times sign I, sign f, say round I, sign of coords.c. So if we've generated a random number smaller or equal to the smallest component, the least likely component, then we'll be like, okay, we'll give them the least likely component. Actually, I don't know that it's z, do I? It would be coords ranked 2. How many parentheses do you want? A lot. Now what are you happy about? The fact that I can't spell. Okay. Okay, that... Well, how do I know that it's the z, actually? vector order by... Oh, this is an index. Right, so... Oh, I can just use C spiral. Sick. I could return C spiral times this. C spiral ranked. C spiral. That's just an array we have of vector right, vector up, and vector back that I'm going to use because I have it. It's going to be C spiral ranked 2 times. What are you upset about here? Doesn't have an opening counterpart. Oh, duh. So we pick that smallest direction. We multiply it by... Well, we just need to multiply it by the sign. We need to... Why is this a 1? It can just be sign. So we just take the sign of that smallest coordinate and we round it so we don't accidentally get 0. Say what you will about some other math libraries. I do miss round to int sometimes. Jacob, if you add insect bugs to your game, do you think it'll cover up the real bugs? I hope so. I would hope so. Why are we upset with rand f? We literally use it right here. Variable rand f is the same name as a built-in function. Yeah, but it's a variable. Who cares? Are you going to say the same thing about random? No. Random, if random is less than or equal to the smallest ranked component, then we'll return the direction of that smallest ranked component, that smallest component, multiplied by the sign of the coordinate we passed in so that it has the correct directionality. And so here we can say elif random. So if it's not less than or equal to proportions ranked I, is it less than or equal to proportions ranked 1 plus proportions ranked 2. This is so crazy and convoluted, but I think this is going to work. Return C spiral ranked 1 times round I sine f towards ranked 1. If I ever decide to come back and work on this, somebody convince me otherwise, because this would be a nightmare. Else return C spiral ranked 0 times round I sine f towards ranked 0. All right, this whole mess might do the thing that I want, which is to generate a chance for each component based on the relative size of the component versus the others. Well, can that number be above 1? No, it can't, right? And then, yeah, eventually just pick and return a direction based on that. Kind of crazy. But that might work. And then, what do I actually want to use this for? So here are the signs of the growth direction. What do we even use these for? Something. I've had way too much water and coffee today. I have to take a quick break again. I'll be right back. Hope everyone's having a good one. We're in a panic, but you know, that's how you know you're alive. BRB. All right, I'm back. I'm back with fading light here. I don't know how much more light we have, but we'll probably go for at least another hour. So we get the we get the sign of all the directions. Here we have X extent, Y extent, round I, sine X, round I, sine Y, round I, sine Z. And we say triset block, position plus X times the sine. Oh, so we're pushing a block in every single direction. Or the sign of every single direction. So what do I need this part for? Oh, when we push the growth direction. Growth position plus equal get largest component sign vector. Yeah, this is what we want to replace. We'll manipulate the direction, then we pick the next position. Because this is correct. Setting the individual blocks actually needs to work exactly like this. We'll have some kind of strength thing that determines whether we'll place anywhere between 1 and 0 blocks. The only thing is, okay, yeah, that won't affect the growth position. Okay, I have an idea. I understand how this is supposed to go. What's the name of the function that I wrote? Get direction proportionally by chance. By proportional chance? I don't know. by odds. I don't know. Who cares? This might do something. It's given us more shape right off the bat, which is good. Some nice slant here. Because now we're most likely to pick the largest one, but we're not 100% likely to pick the largest one. This is looking good. We don't have any cascade, but we need to add some, we need to do some other work to get the cascade. We need it to like start falling, and we need the chance that it starts falling to be based on the size of the pot. And if the pot is large enough, we actually want like a very large chance for it to start. But this is looking okay for a trunk. We'll build branches off the trunk, so we don't want the trunk to be that crazy. And then we'll build little things off of that. But that was a whole bunch of staring at something, and I think it kind of worked out for us. This is a nice little upright. This is kind of okay. I kind of don't hate this. Ooh, I like this one. And then you have to pick a pleasing angle. So like, I don't like this angle. I don't like this angle. This angle's okay, but this is the most pleasing angle, right? So it's really cool that you have these angle choices. It almost gives you like 4 times the chance that the random generation isn't trash. Those are better. Yeah. The thick bases are good too. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that at the base, but it's good. Like, I didn't tell it to do that, but it's just, ooh, this is a nice one. The ones that have multiple dimensionality, that go like left and then back right and stuff, that's sick. Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Pheasant. Ship it. Thanks, Rhiannon. Jacob, do we know if that 2-hour submission window requires the itch page setup first or DIGITAL page? I don't think so. I think it's very, I don't think it's like, it's not like an itch jam. There isn't going to be a timer that counts down and stuff. Like, I think as long as you're done working on it by the end of the jam, by 10 a.m. or whatever tomorrow, I don't think anyone's going to care whether you set up the jam page before or the itch page before or after. I don't think there's even a way to figure out when an itch page was created. I mean, I'm sure there is, but are you asking? Oh, you know what you maybe need to do? I don't know if this is true, but do we need to at least create a game on the Down2Jam website? Is that what you're asking? That you might need to do. That you should do like now or soon, before the end of the day. Oh, someone submitted a game already. I don't know how to submit a game. Create game. Yeah, I think we should do this sooner than later. And then we can just update it. I would create it now or soon and then just update it. And then the itch page is whatever. I'm going to create mine. Oh, I'll create mine a little later. But yeah, this I would maybe do before the submission, just in case. Just in case. I don't think it's... Actually, this might be timed, if I remember correctly. Yeah, extra is the only one that you can submit during the rating period, so I don't know. I assume you can do it during, but I would not chance it. I would just make an empty landing page as soon as possible. I'll do mine shortly. Because you can create it without publishing it. Oh, if you can create it without publishing it, I should just do mine now. Yeah, Bonsai, ODA. I'll do the rest of this later. I'll opt in later. I think I can keep editing this, so I'm just going to create this. If there's a problem, I'll yell at Atagon. Bam, got my page. And then how do I edit it? So then I can edit this. And I can edit the whole form. So yeah, there's nothing you get messed up. And I haven't published it. Pretty slick. Pretty slick how that works. Slosky's still going. Slosky's going strong. I'll probably be hanging out there tonight. We'll probably raid into Slosky. Slosky's been doing like 15-hour days. We're not ready to raid yet. I'm just thinking about when. I'm really pleased. Look at this. This is just some random... This direction looks bad. This direction looks bad. This direction looks okay. This is nice. A nice informal upright. Right, Smooth? Ooh, this is a nice slanted one. I like this. All right. How do we encourage this? This is a real slanted one. How do we encourage a cascade? Because I think we've kind of got this. Weirdly, I think that we don't mess much more with this, except we need to... I think we need to go back to the pot generation a little bit and figure out how to have that affect the trunk's eventual direction more. So maybe pot height, maybe pot Z height. Like, the lower the pot is, maybe the more likely that the plant just goes straight up. Or not straight up, but that, like, eventually we curve in the straight up part. So maybe we have two numbers. Maybe we have, maybe there's an initial strength, which is like, which just gets weaker as we step. And there's a final, maybe there's an initial direction and a final direction. And the initial direction is like always starts as up, just so that it can get out of the pot. And then the final direction can be tied to the size of the height of the pot. So if the pot is high, the final direction is likely to be down. And if the pot is low, the final direction is likely to be up. And then we can taper that. So we either get up and then up as just a steady influence. Not the only influence, but a steady influence. Or we get up to start, and then it will transition to down. Something like that. I think we can do something like that. Do you think the trunk should be editable? I think no, right? Like, you can trim branches, but you probably shouldn't be able to trim the trunk. Can you up the start and have an increasing chance of a random direction? I am introducing that over time. We're like... I don't know. I think a lot of that character is going to be... I don't know. I need to mess around with that a little more. If you can figure out why it's doing the thick trunks, consider if you can make it go up a bit higher. Like, don't go looking for that, but if you stumble upon it, how are you going to get the branches to work? The branches will work like this, but they'll be way less likely to, build all three blocks. I actually think the difference between the branch is going to be, so the trunk, when the trunk extends, it builds all three blocks off of it. So it picks a direction and it builds, for any given direction, there's three blocks in a line with that direction. For any given direction, as long as the direction is not, you know, cardinal, which we've required the direction not to be cardinal because we're using floats. So it'll even, no matter, even if it's just the smallest amount, it'll be slightly off. So that's how the trunk grows, is it grows 3 blocks at a time, which gives it that nice thick look. I think the branches are going to grow just 1 block at a time, which simplifies our problem for a lot of things. Because I know there's things about, like, the trunk should taper and like branches might be thicker and then get thinner. I don't think we have a resolution where any of that will read. Same thing with, like, the thicker trunk at the bottom. I think that's a fun quirk of the generator. Careful, Smooth. You're starting to introduce real bonsai cultivation knowledge into this. You think the trunk would normally be influenced more by wiring than cutting? Interesting. Yes to the trunk chop. Depend on the branch spawn. Yeah, I think I'm going to make it say you can't cut the trunk. In which case, we're not going to be able to still highlight the trunk either. Because, like, maybe you'd want to make a little change. Well, maybe I want to leave people the ability to make little changes. Maybe we leave it in. Maybe we leave it in for the sake of player expressing themselves. Because you can create interesting shapes that way. We'll leave it in. Because that's a player expression thing, and I actually don't care. There's no negative. It's like not more work for me to leave it in, really. These are good. Oh, this is the same one. I'm just rotating. I'm like, man, these generations rock. They're consistent. This is so cool. This worked out so well. Yeah, like this is an ugly backside, and this is a beautiful front side. And yeah, if you really hate something, you can be like, oh, trim that. Maybe trim this a little. But if you cut all the way through, rip. Rip City. Ooh, I like this one. All right, so we're generating very consistent shapes. I don't see any relation between pot height and the curve, and that's really the next thing we want to tackle. But I'm like reasonably pleased with this. Is there a reason that these are all growing in a specific direction, though? I'm realizing that that's happening. Like they're not changing direction really. They're all growing in the same direction. Generally. It should be more random. So I think we're pushing. I think we're accidentally using some kind of absolute value. I think I'm forgetting to. Because yeah, the growth, it's always growing up to this corner. So that's a bug. But otherwise, I'm pretty pleased with this. I think multi-trunk is not going to be a problem either. We'll just have a low percentage chance to grow multiple trunks. Does that look like a pistol? It's weird. Yeah, well, the thing is, if they're all growing the same direction, then we have a problem. Get direction proportionally by chance. Is there a chance? Somewhere we're always generating. Somewhere we are always orienting the same way. So we get these coords. We get the proportions. Oh, wait. Who's the one that's expecting the absolute coordinates? You're expecting absolute coordinates. That's why. That's why. This one expects absolute coordinates. So we can just say... Actually, you know what? This one's not going to expect absolute coordinates. We're just going to do the work ourselves. It would be better to not assume. Worst case scenario, we occasionally do extra work. Although, is another system going to expect absolute coordinates? This system also expects that, doesn't it? Yeah, let's just do this. This is better. This is safer. That explains why we were always growing in one direction. Wow. I was starting to despair, not gonna lie, last night and this morning. I was like, there's no way we're gonna do this. I was like, there's no way. There's no way we can do this. I was like, this is gonna take weeks, not days or hours. But we're actually making uneven but forward progress. So our level of concern, it's diminished somewhat. I didn't even see your note when I started talking about it, Arneo. It's diminished somewhat. There's still a long way to go, and we're still, I would argue, behind, but I actually have some belief that we can make this happen. These also need to be absolute values. Getting the absolute value of something is not expensive. You just, like, chop off the sign. Idea that you'd like to float because this is looking good. Can you make it so the first trunk spawn starts at like 5 points for the first 2 levels, 4 for 3, then 3 up? Then the branches, then with branches something similar, starting with like 3, then 2, then 1, something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna be super honest, I don't know. I'm tempted to not do that to start. Again, I was talking about it earlier, but a random generation system is actually better the fewer moving parts it has. So I'm going to try to define as little as possible and intervene only when necessary. I'm really concerned about the cascade. Like, you think the truncation would look good? Looks so good with the graphics. I want to see what multi-trunk looks like. Green Lantern, you're going to go into the extra category. No, go for it. There's nothing wrong with the extra category. Adagon is always doing the extra category because they spend the whole jam working on the website instead of the jam game. All right, do I have all the absolutes in here? Absolutely. Just say some. Some chords. And then what is proportions? So components. So this returns proportions. This takes proportions. Oh, proportions is guaranteed to be. This one doesn't need this. This one needs this. Because this one takes negative components. This is guaranteed to be positive, so we can actually... I actually messed up. I don't actually need this. That's not really required. Because size is always a positive number. If we have like if there's a negative size, something has happened. Something has gone wrong. What are rules of the extra? I don't know. I assume there's almost no rules, or it wouldn't be extra, right? I think the main rule of the extra is that you can submit during the rating period, and I think the others lock submissions. Do we use this? What's this function for? Get largest component signed vector. We're doing this whole game in one script, and I'm not even mad. All right, will this grow in different directions now? Oh. Ooh. Yes, it's growing in different directions now. It's only growing forward or back at the moment. But I think there's an influence I'm applying over time that might be forcing it that direction. But it is growing in 2 directions now, at least. I would like it to grow in all 4. It's only growing in positive directions. And I think I have an idea why. This is a gross one. This is a nice one. Yeah, I'm going to try not to judge these too much. Can I get another direction? It's still only growing. Okay, it's growing in that direction. So there's 2 directions right now, and I think they're the 2 positive directions. If I restart, watch the trees will only grow towards the camera. Yep. So yeah, there's a positive tilt somewhere. It's this. It's growth direction. Well, maybe it's this. Maybe growth direction plus equal. This needs to be -1 to 1. -1 to 1. We have a random growth factor we're introducing. We're also smooth. We also do have this factor where we are trying to put, so whatever we're negatively, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. I've added a factor here which basically says, did we grow this way? Well, then grow the opposite way. And I think that's good because that promotes eventual directional change. I actually think that's crucial to be able to cause eventual changes in direction. Otherwise, the starting direction will be too powerful. And there will be no way to, like, actually reverse it. But I'm not sure. We'll try it, though. But yeah, can we get true? Ooh, we got a cascade. Holy crap. Look at this. I wasn't even trying to fix that, and we got one. Are we done with trunks, chat? That's awesome. That's wild. I'm like debating whether I want to just like move on.
Maximum warp.
Maximum warp, Rhiannon. Holy shit. Okay. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a second wind coming. I thought we were gonna be absolutely destroyed by this portion of the jam. I thought our jam was gonna die on the pot here. That's crazy. All right, let's see what else we got. That's a nice slanted. That's growing into this, which is maybe shouldn't be able to happen, but who cares? There's a nice upright. What I want to see is if we start to get ones that grow away from the camera. That's all I'm looking for right now. Yep. Ooh, that's a nice one. I like this. I like that angle. I don't like that one. Ooh, this is a nice upright. Holy shit. Man, I already knew about the less is more thing, but like, it really is. Less really is more when it comes to random generation. All right, can we get another cascade? Or is cascade like the rarest one? It probably is going to be the rarest one. I'd like to encourage it a little more. Probably by tweaking pot generation a little bit. But the trunk generation is sick. I'm very pleased with this. I think we're done. We're not even doing growth strength. Maybe we'll do step. Maybe we'll do that step curvature stuff I was talking about. That might be the last little push it needs. Oh, these are... Oh, this one turned back towards itself. Yeah, they call me digital. I'm not a programmer or an artist, Iliad. I am not. I am a game developer. And I only make toys. I only make unstructured playtime of toys. Oh, another cascade. Kind of a nasty one, but one nonetheless. We need to encourage a little bit more upward movement and then down. I like this kind of shape that we're getting, though. Getting a lot of good slanted ones. Do you use direction vector? How are you doing it? It's a whole mess. Oh, here's another. This is close to a cascade. You know what? Maybe... yeah, it's a whole mess. I'll walk through it a little bit. Ooh, this is a nice one. We might be done with this part. Like, I could keep messing around with it, but I think this is, like, kind of generating everything that we want. Like, the cascade is rare, but I'm getting them, like, maybe, like, 1 in 20 or 30. If we can make it a little more consistent and tie it more to the pot dimensions, the container dimensions, I want to make it a little more consistent. I love these ones that, like, arc around themselves. Like, we should see a little bit more response to the pot that it's built in, but because we don't really see that. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say we're going to start with an upward influence, and then there will be an influence that takes the place of the upward influence, and that the replacing upward influence is going to be based on the size of the pot, the height of the pot, like where the trunk starts. And the higher the trunk starts, the more likely it is that it's going to start to droop down eventually. I think that's how we're going to handle this. But yeah, I think we're almost done with this. I think we're going to move on to branches, which the branches are going to grow a lot like the trunks, except they're just going to go one block at a time, I think. But yeah, this is crazy that we're doing this. Like, I feel like I did not put a proportional amount of work in to get some of this behavior. Oh, that's a weird one. We grew into the pot and then out the side. I don't hate that, actually. That shouldn't be possible, but I don't hate it. You vote it's good enough, and the chances of breaking it are too worrying so far into the jam. Yeah, we'll try one more. We'll try a little bit. We'll try to introduce that coat, because we have the upward strength, which is going to be this. Well, here what we're going to do is we're going to have like a start direction or an initial direction. You say initial dir. And we're going to essentially lerp from the initial direction to the... Let's see if I'm doing this already. So the initial direction is actually already heavily influenced by the position of the pot. So before we mess around with the trunk, let's mess around a little bit with the pot generation, because I think that's where this behavior is. So generate the container. We generate a tray that starts at the minimum Z, and it goes up somewhere between 2 points. It starts at 2 and it ends. The highest it'll go is -2. And then we generate the width in this. So I actually just want to mess with our starting data, because I think the pots that we're generating are actually pretty fine, pretty all right. So the tray span Y. I actually want the width of the tray. Actually, I like most of the pots that we're generating. I'm not going to mess that up. What I do want to do is just pass along more of that information. We're passing some of it along in the initial trunk direction, which is based on the trunk position, which is tightly tied to the trunk Z. What if we get rid of this component? This component might not be doing anything for us. Yeah, the thing I'm not seeing what I want to see is that the higher this is, the more I want this to curve down and over. The problem here is this, the volume thing. Okay. It's having a little too much influence. Okay, maybe I did like that component. Although, also keep in mind, we want to generate something a little janky. That's like part of the plan. We want more of an arc. We don't get quite as much of an arc as we want. Nice slant. That's a crazy slant. Oh, there's a cascade. So it is possible. I want a little bit more upward movement, and I want a little bit more down. So I think that's okay. I think what I want to do is I want to say... So we are baking in some of that upward momentum based on the inverse height of the tray. We want to have a little bit that's additionally baked in. So I want like a tray height value. Trunk Z. Tray span Z dot Y. So the higher the tray is, the less there is that upward push. But I actually want kind of a negative push. Maybe you can add hue shift based on depth to make shapes a bit clearer. So darken for height, hue shift for another dimension. Yeah, we do darken for height. We may or may not do that. I like it, but we're drawing to a tile map. So and we're drawing to a series of tile maps. So I can do the height one. The height one is basically free. Anything else would be per cell modulation. Anything other than just Z height is per cell modulation, and I don't think we're up for that. It's a good idea though, no Jewel. I think if this was like a longer term project, I would do something like that. I'd like draw by Z level or something. Not Z level. I would draw by like distance to the camera and do some stuff. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to introduce a variable on natural dir. And I want it to be based on trunk height. So trunk height is trunk Z. What I actually want is I want the distance between these two. How tall is the trunk? I want tray span Z. I want it's a float, and it's tray span. Actually, it's a int, and it's tray span Z dot Y minus tray span Z dot X. So that'll be the height of the tray. We'll call this like tray height. Actually, I should probably define this earlier. We don't use it till here, so I'll just define it here. So we have tray height. So the tray height should heavily influence. It should more and more influence it over time. So what we want is we want to say growth. Well, here. Let's do that first. Then we'll do this. Then we'll add a random direction. Say plus equal vector 3i dot back times tray height times row step. And then we need to make this a small number so that it's more influential the longer it goes. And in fact, I actually want, I want to do this twice. I want to say, I want to say vector 3i dot back times tray height times grow step. But I want it to be a small number. Actually, I want it to be vector 3 dot back times tray height times grow step times 0.1. And then I want the inverse. So the height of the tray. So if the tray is small, hey, Commander. So if the tray is large, then eventually we want to start angling down. Eventually. If the tray is short, we want to continue to go up generally. So as the tray height gets bigger, we want to start going down. And we want that to happen over time. We want to encourage that everything goes up early. So we'll apply this inverse thing. So we're going to say growth dir, maybe we'll say minus equals vector 3 dot back times what's the maximum tray height that we have? Variable max tray height is an int, and it's min.z minus -2. So +2. Well, it's negative min.z +2. Is range inclusive? Yeah, this one's inclusive. Although no, it's not. It's min.z, it's min.z +2. Yeah, because min.z is a negative number. And it can go up to that. So that's the maximum tray height. So this one is max tray height minus tray height. Actually, it's not minus. It's tray height divided by max tray height. And then this isn't just tray height. This should also, should this both be max? And it's one of them is 1 minus max tray height, and the other is 1 minus max tray height, and the other one is just tray height divided by max tray height. And then one of them becomes stronger over the course of grow step, and the other one becomes weaker. Got pretty much all the trunk types going. Yeah. We're just working on the cascade, making it more consistent. I want to make the type more consistently related to the tray. And then I think once we have that relationship, we'll start generating some branches. But I think the branches is going to be easier than the trunk. We probably want to build a list of trunk points. For the purpose of generating branches off of them. So we'll pick some number of branch points off the trunk, and we'll build those. And then generating foliage will be interesting. Will we generate branch points off of the branches? Is the real question. Probably. Maybe we add branches to the list, so that we have a chance of generating branches off of branches. That's kind of what's needed, right? A little bit. That might be too much. I might just include 4 bonsai types, bonsai styles. I think we might do upright, slanted, cascade, and multi-trunk. I think I'm going to cut broom because I don't think we have the resolution for broom. And I think I'll cut literati because that one also requires some specific things that I think I don't want to worry about. I think I'll just have 4. I think 4 is plenty. Yeah, grass to your game commander. Nice, nice. All right, let's think about this for a second. So I want the tray height. So when the tray height is low, if the tray height is low, we can probably rely on the tree's tendency to grow up anyway, but maybe we want to encourage it a little more. Hey, Gnomable. Rateable. Hey, Brainoid. How's it going? P. Gorley. In the fish themselves. How's it going? How is it going? How are you feeling about the jam? We're at what? Like the 12-hour mark or something? No, a little less. We're at 15-hour mark maybe? 15, 16? That's like 2 more full work days. How's it going? How are you feeling? All you jammers. You just submitted your game? Nice, nice. I created my game page, so I didn't forget to do that before submission time. Came out okay? You're done already? Amazing. I'm going to be working for the next 16 hours. Try to salvage this. I say salvage. I actually feel pretty good about what we're doing. Don't tell me the time. Daylight savings time ruins math. Yeah, it does, Pigorley. It makes it tough. It makes it tough. Yeah, we're working on a bonsai game. I'm feeling okay about it. We're doing the generation. We're fiddling with the with some stuff with the generation. So right now we generate. Oop. What is this? Min not declared. Duh. I tried to save it while it was running. I do that every time. We're generating little bonsai plants. And right now we're just generating the trunk. But we're trying to generate a couple different styles. But and it's going kind of okay. That was the best position. So it's going to be a little bonsai trimming game. And I'm going to take advantage of the self-reporting achievement system. But yeah, there's a couple styles we want to promote that are hard to generate. That's busted. We're trying to add an early upward growth factor so that they grow up and then down when the pot's high like this. But we're getting close. We're getting close to what we want. This is weird. So we're trying to add a little bit. Ooh, I like this. It goes out, down, and then back in. That's a sick shape. So we're trying to refine our trunk generation. But we already have all the stuff we need for like pruning. Well, we don't have all of it, but we have a lot of it. But I'm feeling all right. We'll add some details. I'm gonna add a couple style guides in the corners so you can be like, oh, here's one I could go for, and those will be your achievements. We'll put some style guides in the corners that match the achievement list. Yeah, it's really... Ooh, here's a cascade. It's really hard to generate these where they go over and down. I want to make this a little more reliable. Looks cool. Thank you. It's looking good. Thanks, Gorley. Nomogul, you got another game to prepare for AwesomeCon at the end of the week? Oh, for sure. Might be the most important innovation in bonsai gaming ever. We'll see. Yeah, I like this project. This is fun. It's really just a toy, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. And yeah, your job is going to be you're going to start with something kind of gnarly and not quite right, and you'll trim it down into a good shape. Ooh, I like the slant. The slant is good. Ooh, away it looks even better. Maybe not. Yeah, it's cool. I'm kind of leaving a lot in the hands of the player to decide what they want to do. And you know what? I'm okay with that. So there's a trend that we kind of see, which is that the lower the pot is, the more upright the trees are. And that's a tendency I kind of want. Like, that's a ratio I want to exaggerate. And I think once we have that kind of dialed in, I think we'll be okay. It's so cheap to generate these. I don't want to overdo it. I have to remember that there's other things I need to do, like record sounds and finish art and make a UI and then do a tutorial. Like, I feel like we're spending I feel like I'm spending the vast majority of my time doing this fun experimental stuff, and then over the last like 12 hours I'm gonna frantically have to like make the game part. Okay, we generally see... I don't know. Ooh, that was a good one. Kind of wish I could go back. I'll probably make undo... I'm not going to be... If someone accidentally taps through a good shape, that's on them. I'm not going to be able to do anything about that. What shouldn't happen... I think the pot size is too random. I think I need to tighten that up. So like a small pot should be tall. And a large a short pot should be wide, I think is the thing that we need to more tightly control here. But I think the trunk generation is like pretty close. I just want to tie it a little more tightly to the... I'm trying to have like knock-on effects, which is hard. Not knock-on effects, but I'm trying to have the, you know, each previous generation step influence the next generation step, which is a little tricky. But reasonably pleased. The kind of thing that needs less game part. So I think you're good. Yeah, I'm hoping so. I think I'll record like one little song, maybe some like little trimming sounds. I always struggle with the tutorial. I'm sure I'm going to do the Dave special tutorial, which is just a series of screenshots with some text that I wrote on them of like, generate bonsai trees until you have a pleasing starting shape, then trim it down. People need so much direction. Brainoid, Yeah, as long as you have people trying to generate... Nice, okay. Yeah, good. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Brainoid. Oh, this needs to be the absolute value of min z. -2. That's the max tray height. Yeah, I think this random range is maybe a little too wide. We'll tighten that up. We'll tighten that up. I'm concerned. I'm always scared about over-tuning in a situation like this. So I think if I can remove a little of the randomness and get the behavior to be a little more consistent for each step, I think I'll be happy. So what we're doing, well, let's start with fixing the pot generation, because everything else will be affected by that. I'll probably get the trunk and the pot into a good state, and that'll probably be the end of the stream, because I'm quickly losing daylight. And for my own eye fatigue, I'm like trying to avoid using a lot. There's exactly the perfect amount of lighting, which is like if I turned on my spotlights, it would be too much. But if I worked in the dark, it would be too little. So there's like, I'm gonna have to start managing that transition soon into just going full goblin mode, where I just absolutely just tear into it for the last like 12 hours. Maybe a dinner break if I'm lucky. I'll probably try to do the dinner break before I go into the goblin mode. So the tray span Z, it starts at min Z because it starts at the base, which is where it should. And then it is potentially, it is somewhere, it ends up being somewhere between min Z. Here, let's generate tray height up here just so we have it. How about that? Would that be crazy? Just generate that up here. Variable. Real tray height. Int equals. Rand I range. It's going to be somewhere between... Tray height needs to be at least 2. It needs to be somewhere between 2... Commander, you're considering whether or not you give up on the jam or refuse sleep and try to bash your game ID over the head until it meshes with the plants. I wouldn't go crazy. You can always submit it as an extra during the jam period. The jam period runs through the 22nd or something like that. Brainoid, it took you 2 days to write a level editor. Last day was supposed to be the polish day. That is always how it goes, isn't it, Brainoid? I spent the first 2 days not having a bonsai plant. I was building the basic mechanics for like interacting with the plant area so that I can like select a block, trim a block. We still have to figure out the pruning effects of when you remove a block, you need to remove all blocks that depend on that block, which I know how I'm going to do it, but we still have to fucking do it. And soon. Yeah, I think you're trying... I think you had a totally separate idea. And I think there was a confluence of time where you were like, hey, there's this jam going. Why don't I put this in the jam? I think that's a tough way to approach a jam. I think you need to decide ahead of time that you're like, I'm going to do the jam. And then you wait until the theme is revealed. And then you try to make a game for that theme. I think it's really tough to try to shoehorn. People do it all the time. People are like, there was this game I wanted to make, and damn it if I'm not going to make it regardless of what the theme is. And you know, people do that to varying levels of success. Like if the theme ended up being balls, you might have had an easier time. God, I can't believe that one got fourth place. Yeah, I wouldn't try to push it too much. We'll say absolute tray height. Although tray height is by definition absolute. Although, yeah, whatever, we'll say it. We'll say it. So this can be between 2 and max tray height. And that's it. And so tray span.z runs from min z to, although absolute tray height would still be, we'll say it's min.z plus absolute tray height. Min.z is a negative number. And then what I want to do is I want to more carefully set the tray span here to be more precisely related and proportional to the actual tray height. That's what I want for tray width. So tray width so we'll say variable. We'll say min tray width is an int, and the minimum tray width, the tray has to be at least 3 or something, right? What's a reasonable tray width? Maybe 5? Yeah, it has to be at least 5. We'll say 6, so that we introduce a little bit of asymmetry. So what is min.z anyway? Min.z is -8. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Oh, no, because 19 divided by 2... 18 divided by 2 is 9. Okay, min z is -9. Okay. So min z is -9. It can't be greater than -2, I decided. Although really, it shouldn't be greater than 0. Let's just say 0. Why not? The maximum tray height is going to be half. I mean, -half. We'll say negative min.z. Anyone hated the theme? I kind of liked it. I had my bonsai. At first, I was like, what the am I going to do? And then I looked at the top 4, which was like combination, point of view, and balls. And I was like, we could have done worse than plants. The top 3 runners up were not much better. But I didn't submit any themes to the jam, so I'm not going to judge the quality of the themes submitted. I gave up the right to do that when I didn't submit themes. please sing a song for me, Brainoid. I'm gonna comment that the maximum tray height is 9. Actually, it could be 10. 10. Because it could be up to 0. Oh, no, it can't. It has to be 9, right? And so the absolute tray height will be some number between 2 and 9. So there's a range. The tray span goes from min.z to min.z plus the absolute tray height. The min tray width. So if the variance is from 2 to 9, it's pretty wide. That's 7 points. So what? The tray can be between 6 and 12. Kind of okay with that. That's maybe too much. I think the min tray height should be min tray width should be 4. Well, no, it really does have to be 6, huh? I don't know what this song is playing here, but I don't like it. Yeah, if I can generate if I can generate the 4 trunk types that I want of upright, slanted, cascade, and multi-trunk, that's it. Like, I think we're good. And then I just got to work on generating branches off of those in a way that's not terrible. Because the branches aren't different. Like, branches generation is not complicated by comparison. It's just like find a trunk block, find a block adjacent to that trunk block that's exposed, and then just that's your direction, and then just do a little mini trunk generation sideways like that. And I guess go sideways in favor going up. Because a branch could go down. Maybe we allow it. Maybe we allow it. The branch is not gonna fluctuate as wildly as the trunk. You also won't be able to see most of the branches because we'll generate some amount of. You know what we want to do is we want to like record some kind of. We want to grow foliage some distance from the trunk. So we'll probably record in the branches, in the branch blocks, some distance, like how far they are from where they started. Like we'll increment something in there, maybe like trunk distance or something like that. And we'll generate. I actually don't know how we're going to do that. It might be one of those, I think I'm overthinking and it'll actually be easier than any of that. And it will actually look fine. And the whole point actually is that we want to over-generate. Did you watch the reveal video? I did not know, Jewel. Was there something fun in there? By the time I woke up, the reveal video had come out, like, had already come and gone. By the time I woke up on Friday morning. Was there something cool in there? Should I go back and watch it? Oh, you were referring to the video when you said you'll sing a song for me? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go watch it. I'll go watch it so I can be part of the community with this in-joke. Okay. So we're actually trying to remove randomness. We're trying to make the relationship between the tray size much more directly correlated with the growth pattern of the trunk. That's what we're doing, and we're going to achieve it. We're gonna make it happen. So we have a min tray width. Just 6. Because a min tray width of 6 leaves us a soil plot of 4x4. And then so what's the max tray width we reasonably want? It's a 19 wide. So maybe like 9 or 10. So if tray height has a range of 7, if we apply it raw, we might end up with a tray that's like 12 across. I'm actually okay with that because that would be cool for multi-trunk. If we start to run out of space, I might just make the space bigger. We can always expand it past 19 by 19 by 19. You made the video? Oh, nice, Brainoid. I will go watch it then. It is a community-centered game jam. That's true. I'm sorry I skipped out on the video. If I had been awake and I was like sitting at my computer, I would have been ravenously waiting for the theme. I just know that I can't sleep at the end of jams, so I try to like max as much sleep at the beginning of the jam as possible. All right, so moving on, mid tray width is 6th. Say variable absolute tray width. It's an int, and it's going to be Randy range. Oh, Randy range. Say min tray width, and we'll say max tray height minus. Let's remove the randomness for a minute. Mostly. Random range, min tray width, max tray height minus. So the narrowest this would be is 7. The biggest it might be is 12. I think. Max tray height is 9. Max tray width minus absolute tray, or max tray height minus absolute tray height. We want a little bit of randomness. But I'll reintroduce that. How about I'll reintroduce that? So then the tray span is going to be I might rewrite how I record some of this stuff because I've written it in such a way that's so confusing for me, but maybe I don't have time, so I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to record these generation numbers as I go along so that I can use them later if I need to. So we're going to say span Y, the minimum point of the span Y is... Oh yeah, we actually need to pick a point, huh? You know, I didn't think about that part. We actually want the taller the tray is, the more off center we want it to be. So we'll probably generate So we have to pick a direction. I have to just pick a direction, and I can do it at random, so I guess I should just do it at random. The variable. See, variable tray, offset, xy, vector 2i, and it will be, it's determined by the height, so we're going to move it up here. And it's going to be, so the tray offset xy is going to be it'll be absolute tray height. There it is, the more offset. I guess it needs to be half of the height. Tray height divided by 2. If rand f is less than 0.5. Let's say this. Let's say negative absolute tray height divided by 2. So if the tray is if the tray is too tall, 2 pieces tall, the offset will just be 1 in a direction. If the tray is 9 tall, then the offset will be 4 in a direction, right? That gives us a little more room. Although the tray is small, yeah, maybe it doesn't need to be divided by 2 because the tray is going to be thinner if it's taller. So maybe it can just be negative absolute tray height. Here, we'll say absolute tray height if rand f is greater than or equal to 0.5. Else negative absolute tray height. We'll do the same thing here. We'll say absolute tray height if this will be a little weird, but I want to try this. We'll probably add a little wiggle room eventually, but I'm not going to start like that. I don't really care. So tray height, absolute, if rand f else. Why are you expected end of statement after variable declaration? Oh, oops. Now what are you complaining about? I don't use it. Okay, tray offset xy. Tray height is 6. Absolute tray height is this number. Random min tray width. Maximum. Max tray height. Oh, maybe we want to do the offset after we generate the sizes. Because then we can do, well, I'm trying to force certain not force, but I'm trying to encourage certain things. Let's try it like this. Let's try it like this. This is fine. Who cares? And then so the tray span is going to be min.y well, it can't be that. It'll be this is tough. This is tough. Got some dinner in you. Now you're full of, you got gamer fuel. Good, good. I'm getting a little distracted. But this is the thing I want to fix. I think if we get the container generation correct, the tray, and we can direct the growth of the trunk based on the shape of the tray, then we're good. Then we're golden. So I'm just trying to make that happen. Trying to rely less on randomness and more on proportionality. So a tall, narrow container is going to be more off-center than a short, wide container, which makes sense. Makes sense. And then the trees that are planted in there, a short, wide container will be more likely to have multiple trunks. Those trunks will be more likely to grow up, whereas a small container will have like one trunk, more likely to have one trunk, and that trunk is more likely to grow out and over. And that's it. That's what I'm trying. That's the relationship I'm trying to establish. And I think we will be able to do it. The question is how long it will take me. I'm hoping I can do it in like not very long. Because there's a lot more to do. There's a whole to-do list, and I'm working on, I think I've been working on the first part of this the whole time. I think directional growth we've actually largely figured out. I think we understand how to do directional growth. So I'm going to check something off the box just so I get that nice feeling of checking things off a box. We actually are generating the trunk. We're going back to generating the pot, which is unfortunate. But the roots will be easy. The branches should be easy. The rest of this uses a lot of the same logic as the trunk, so it should be okay. We should be okay. And then we got to go on to branch pruning, which is probably going to be the most work. Will probably take hours. But maybe not. Who knows? It's hard to tell. I thought I was going to spend many more hours on generating satisfying trunk shapes, but we got that pretty quickly, so... You think I've got this? I hope so. And then we have to work on the actual game part. Getting a UI, getting some art, getting some sound. Luckily, this part of the to-do list is like smaller than the rest of the gameplay to-do list combined, so... I really want to do the falling branch animation stretch goal, but I think that's going to be a post-jam thing. Gotta have a lot of experience evaluating volumes of space. You think you'll figure out how to find orphaned clicks? Orphaned. Oh my god. Thanks, Rhiannon. Yeah, I think the key to it is the directionality of the branches. And the fact that the branches are likely going to be just a single piece extending out also makes it much easier. It'll be a little more complicated if multiple branches grow together, but we'll still be able to handle it. I'm not super concerned about this part. Because this is one of those pass-fail. It either works or it doesn't. Whereas the generation is like a matter of taste. And for some reason, the matter of taste is just... It's easier to get the first version, but it's so much harder to get the good version, right? I much prefer something that's just straight up pass-fail, where it's like, no, it errors out. It just doesn't achieve what you're trying to achieve. Versus like, it kind of achieves what you're trying to achieve. How much effort are you willing to put in to twist it around and make it a little different, better, different? Either way, when you catch me on Monday, I'm gonna have a game, and we'll spend Monday playing jam submissions. Because by the time I go live tomorrow, the jam will be over. You got this. Thanks, Commander. I appreciate that. When will you be live? Tomorrow? Probably around 11 or 12 Pacific Daylight Time. My usual start time is when I'll go live tomorrow. If you have a more intuitive sense for that. Which is usually between 11 and 12 my time. And that's the only time I'm going to be playing games on stream, because GDC starts tomorrow. We're going hard on this, because I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to stream the jam games. The jam gams. And then I'm going to take a week off. Gonna be nice. I'm gonna take Tuesday through Monday off of streaming and stuff. So we'll take a week off. We're doing a whole week on and a whole week off. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Your regular time is when the submission is due? Yes. Yeah, if you haven't submitted by the time I go live, you have missed the window. I think the submission, the 2-hour submission window is 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. my time. And I will probably go live as soon as my submission is done. So sometime between 10 and 12, but you know. I might be off by 1 hour, but I don't think I am. Daylight savings time is making it hard to calculate. But I don't think it actually, I don't think we actually lost an hour. It pushed the stop time. See if you have to switch to extra. You got this, No Jewel. I wouldn't worry about it. If you need to do it, you need to do it. No one's gonna judge. This is a nice friendly jam. We're not doing Loot 'em Dare. We're not doing Global Game Jam. We are all of us, just down to jam. You're judgy about yourself, though. That's the struggle. All right. I've clearly lost the thread, which is why I'm just talking. Let's find the thread again, because I'm probably going to end the stream before I solve this problem. But maybe we'll keep going. I'm quickly running out of light. Trunks. Yeah, it's the pot. We're regenerating the pot. We're trying to generate a more reliable pot structure so that we can use that reliable pot structure to more reliably generating the trunks. That's what we're doing. That is what we're doing. Rishi, your friend. We are doing a game jam. We're doing Down to Jam number 3. We're making a game about bonsai. Theme is plants. How are you doing? Caught us at the end here. The end of the beginning, because I've still got, if we check the record here, I've got 15 hours and 24 minutes. So I'll end the stream. Maybe I'll spend 24 minutes making dinner. 15 hours. That is going to go by so quickly. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. We've got 2 submissions. One of them we know is Gnomables. See what we get. I think last time there were 13 ODA games, which are the One Dev Army category games. So it'll be a small selection for my category, and I'm okay with that. Makes it easier to place in the top 10. All right, so we generate, so here we go. We generate, we calculate the max tray height we can have. I'm doing this just in case we are ever off center for some reason. I don't like this music. Hey, thanks for the follow, Rishi. Good luck. Sorry you're coming in at the end here. We'll be streaming all the Jam games tomorrow. Probably raid out soon. Jacob, does it score along with regular, but you get first for being the highest ODA? I have no idea. I mean, everyone's scored. You're scoring everyone in the... I don't think you're being ranked alongside the regulars. I don't think any... I don't know. I mean, that's an Adagon question. Sorry. Tray offset. So the tray offset from center, it's the tray height. It's positive tray height if we generate some value, and negative. I'm gonna add a slight randomization to the tray offset, I think. But maybe I won't. I might do an off by one. I'm gonna snooze the ads. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here soon. I think I just need to go into goblin mode. I'm sorry, Rishi. I don't really have time to explain it all. You caught us right at the end of a 6-hour stream. That's the 3rd day in a row of a 72-hour game jam. Go check out D2Jam.com. That's D2, the letter D, the number 2, the word jam.com. We're doing a game jam. I'm programming a game from scratch. Yep. Art and everything and all of it. It's crazy. All right, so that should be fine. Then min tray width is 6. Absolute tray width is... I don't know why I'm saying absolute. I don't care. We generate a range somewhere between the min tray width and somewhere between the difference between the max tray height and the actual tray height. So that will get wider the shorter the tray is. That's correct. And then what I need to do is I need to generate a span from that. So the span is really just... Well, here's the part that I think I did this wrong, which is why I think I did it this way. If I do it the way I'm thinking about doing it, it won't work for odd numbers. If I just like try to do this and then an extent. I could generate an extent instead of a full width if I want to do it that way. But then I want to do it like this, where I generate the min point and then the max point. So maybe that's how I'll do it. I'll generate a minimum point somewhere between the min and like... I don't know. I guess I'll see whether the tray offset Y is a negative number. If it's a negative number, I will generate the min some distance from the... Yeah, I have to think about how I want this stupid tray height generation to work. Thanks, Rhiannon. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think I gotta lock in. And probably, like, maybe walk away and walk back and come back so I can do this. But we're really happy with the trunk generation. We're just trying to make it a little more reliable. And then the rest of it should be okay. But yeah, we're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid out probably to Cole Slosky. Since they're doing the jam. I think they're the only person doing the jam. Yeah. It's going to be Slosky. Thanks, everyone. I hope you good luck. I'll catch you all tomorrow. I wish I could go longer, and I wish I could have a little bit more to show at the end here, but it's a journey to a destination, and we're on our way. But yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out this weekend. Hopefully you come by tomorrow when we were playing some of the games. Whether you want me to play your game or you just want to see what everyone's made. We got 15 hours left. Easy, easy. I'll just spend 5 hours on the generation, 5 hours on the pruning, and then 5 hours on everything else. Easy. GG. Yeah, we got this. We got this. All right, all right. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Come say hi to Slosky. Give him some love. He's working like a maniac on this. I do most of my jam offline. He's been streaming the whole time, so let's go give him our support. All right. Bye.
Maximum warp.